Hello, good morning from Riga, from National Library of Latvia, and welcome to the conference and learning experience about sustainable development goals and localizing it in the Baltic States.
So we are here in a studio together with Lolita. My name is Raivis. We are from the neighboring Čiurlionis Art Memorial, and we will be helping you throughout the day with the program. Over.
Yeah, excuses for short technical difficulties. We are back and we are on spot, hopefully. And so the first, of course, none of the conferences would ever start without the welcoming speeches and addresses. And in this time, we have an honor to listen to ministers of culture of the Baltic States, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia.
Dear participants of the conference, the UN Sustainable Development Goals outline a vision for a better world, future and inspire policymakers all over the world in all areas of human activity, including culture. In Latvia, the Sustainable Development Goals play a prominent role in the National Development Plan and had a big influence also in development of the new cultural policy, where equal access to culture is the main topic. However, it can be difficult to translate the ambition of the Sustainable Development Goals into practical action, especially in culture. The goals address a wide range of issues of global scale, and the culture as a specific area of action is barely present in the document, which might lead to an impression that the Sustainable Development Goals do not concern culture, which would be very wrong. One of the problems with big goals is scale. They can feel intimidating and it is often not clear where to start. It might sound like a cliché, but it is important to take small steps, one at a time. To reach the peak of Everest, one must plan every step, start from the bottom and move higher every day until reaching the summit. The same is true for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. One must realize that every single action, however small, is a step towards reaching these goals. However, unlike climbing Everest, which is very much an individual enterprise, reaching Sustainable Development Goals require that everyone gets involved. There must be a critical mass of action to make a difference, and cultural organizations just cannot stand aside. The other problem is that it is not quite obvious what a cultural institution can do to get involved, which goals it can address. This is why it is very important to translate and adapt the goals for cultural sector. The good news is that very often the cultural institutions are already engaged in activities which relate to sustainable development goals, and all it takes is a realization that your everyday work is already helping to address the global issues. I want to congratulate the organizers of this important event and thank them for encouraging and cultural institutions to get more involved in sustainable development. I wish you a very successful conference, and I hope that you will gain both an inspiration and some very practical ideas and tools to help you in your work over these 2 days.
Honorable colleagues from Ministries of Culture and Foreign Affairs of Latvia and Lithuania, dear representatives of international museums and libraries networks, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. Museums and libraries have something unique in common. They both are trusted by the people, and research supports that. They are highly trusted to produce and present content and information. They are viewed as expert, factual and impartial. This makes museums and libraries perfectly fit to address and enhance sustainability, as they can work with communities to raise public awareness, support research and knowledge creation. International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions believes that increasing access to information and knowledge across society assisted by the availability of information and communication technologies, supports sustainable development and provides people's lives. Libraries are key institutions to help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by providing communities with access to timely and relevant information. But how to begin? First, make sure that sustainability through all its forms, social, economic, and environmental, is included in your mission and values. Second, communicate action and recommend mission-driven behaviors. And bear in mind that it's not only about positive contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals, but it also negative contribution must be steadily reduced. For example, cultural institutions consume lots of energy while sending a bunch of printed publications to waste. Instead, they should systematically send some of the publications to the libraries and other institutions for reuse, which means that all daily activities of staff of cultural institutions must be analyzed in that regard too. Libraries are a good example for the new sharing economy, offering all kinds of materials for loan, not only books, but also sports equipment, musical instruments, tools, and more. This reduces the carbon footprint and the impact of the environment. In Estonia, Global Sustainable Development Goals are implemented in the long-term strategy Estonia 2035, and also in the development plan of the field of culture 2030. It is also important that the government acknowledge museums and libraries as partners in achieving Sustainable Development Goals through the wide-ranging access, preservation and protection of heritage, the protection and promotion of cultural diversity, the transmission and scientific knowledge, the development of educational policy, lifelong learning, sustainable consumption, and the development of creative industries and the tourism economy. Estonian Ministry of Culture has dedicated that thematic year in the field of culture of the year 2022 to libraries. The year for libraries will draw attention to the cooperation based on youth and society needs. Libraries are community and information centers to benefit all of us, be it in terms of more available services for information. To help to achieve this acknowledgement of museums and libraries clearly articulate their role and demonstrate their impact regarding Sustainable Development Goals. The ongoing conference is a truly welcoming initiative, and I would like to thank the organizers and all the participants of doing their part of transforming our world. I wish you a successful conference and inspiring exchange of ideas and experiences.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this conference, for this relevant and timely initiative to discuss the role of member institutions in achieving United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Culture and its ability to foster sustainable development is often overlooked. Therefore, it is important to keep those discussions alive and search for very specific ways in which culture could help to overcome social, economic and environmental challenges. Lithuania aims to fully align its national policies and strategies to the Sustainable Development Goals. Strategic cultural policy documents are also focusing on achievement sustainability. The Ministry of Culture of Lithuania is currently finalizing its Culture and Creativity Development Program for 2021-2030, which lays down cultural policy's long-term strategy and goals. The program, among other things, emphasizes the role of museums and libraries in tackling social exclusion, climate change, as well as issues of good health and well-being, and forests concrete actions that will help to achieve it. One of the measures in the museum's collection mobility program, which will enable people in the regions to access the collections of national and state museums by bringing them closer to their hometowns. Another initiative, Museums for Human Well-being, aims at researching and evaluating to what extent museums and their activities contribute to the improvement of psychological and emotional state in the society, focusing on the needs of people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups. The project will test physical accessibility of museums' infrastructure as well as the accessibility for content resources. These findings will help to draft recommendations for the museums on how to plan their activities, taking into consideration the needs of society. Libraries in Lithuania will implement the national project Culture Without Barriers, Talking Books. That is aimed at enabling people living in social, informational, and digital exclusion and having health issues to find the relevant library resources in their preferred formats. In addition to those actions, Lithuania plans to strengthen the cooperation between culture, social protection, and public health institutions for a better overall integration of socially excluded groups. This cooperation has resulted in an ambitious initiative to create a model of social recipe using services provided by the museums and libraries for social integration, accumulation of social capital, improvement of health and well-being. Climate change issues are also included in the museum's agenda. 20 Lithuanian museum professionals in collaboration with international museums community via museums and knowledge in innovation community supported by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology are working together to find ways on how museums could contribute to fighting climate change. In closing, I would like to reiterate that the memory institutions have a significant impact of strengthening the values, creativity, and critical thinking in the society, and therefore they play a crucial role in human-centered, inclusive, and sustainable development. Thank you once again for organizing this event, and I wish you all very fruitful discussions.
So we say thanks to all three culture ministers in Baltic states, which undoubtedly underlines the importance of this conference. And without further delay, we go to the Director of National Library of Latvia, Andris Vilks.
Cienījamie kolēģi, virtuālās konferences dalībnieki. Man ir patiesa prieks, ka Latvijas Nacionālā biblioteka sadarbībā ar Latvijas bibliotekāru biedrību un UNESCO Latvijas Nacionālo komisiju organizēja šo rudens konferenci Baltijas valstu atmiņas institūciju speciālistiem. Atmiņas institūcijām ir būtiska loma kultūras mantojuma saglabāšanā un pieejamības nodrošināšanā. Tā izskaitā nodpētniecības materiālu vākšanā un pētniecībā, krājumu digitalizācijā. Latvijas Nacionālā biblioteka šobrīd īsteno apjomīgu Eiropas Reģionālās attīstības fonda projektu kultūras mantojuma satura digitalizācija, kurā piedalās vairākas nacionāla mēroga kultūras iestādes – biblioteka, arhīvi un muzeji. Tas nodrošina ilgspējīgu nacionālās kultūras mantojuma ilgtermiņa saglabāšanu digitālā formā, stiprina nacionālo identitāti un kalpo par pamatu kultūras, zinātnes, zināšanas sabiedrības un radošo industriju attīstībai. Tāpat atmiņas institūcijas nodarbojas ar sabiedrības informēšanu un izglītošanu, kas ir ANO ilgspējīgas attīstības mērķu caurvieju kompetence. Bibliotekas un muzeji ir zināšanu un domu apmaiņas platformas. Mūsu kopīgas aktivitātes veicina pilsoniskajai sabiedrībai nepieciešamo digitālo, kritiskās domāšanas un līdzdalības prasmju izkopšanu. Šī gada virtuālās konferences tēma ir ilgspējīgas attīstības mērķu lokalizēšana Baltijas valstīs. IAM lokalizēšana ir ļoti būtiska un noteikts ar kultūru, kultūras mantojumu. Šos mērķus nevar sasniegt, neņemot vērā vietējo valodu, kultūru, apkārtni un citus faktorus, kuru kopšanā, saglabāšanā, pieejamības nodrošināšanā izcelšanā un uzturēšanā bibliotekām, muzejiem un citām atmiņas institūcijām ir milzīga nozīme. Noslēgumā vēlos uzsvērt, ka, lai gan ANO ilgspējīgas attīstības mērķu jomā Baltijas valstu bibliotekas un muzeji joprojām ir tādā kā sākuma fāzē, iekavās joprojām daudz jāstrādā pie nozares speciālistu, kā arī valsts un vietvaru politiķu dziļākas izpratnes par jām. Šī konference ir lielisks sadarbības piemērs. Žēl, ka šogad turpinoties Covid-19 pandēmijas ierobežojumiem, jūs nevarēsiet satikties klātienē un izbaudīt Latvijas rudeni. Tomēr ceru, ka šīs 2 dienas pavadīsiet produktīvajās diskusijās un izkopsiet jaunas praktiskās iemaņas. Veiksmīgu konferenci! Paldies!
Thank you to the Director of National Library, Mr. Vilks. And just to sum up what he said, first of all, they are leaders in a digital world in Latvia because the National Library has digitalized a lot of materials and media that are accessible to everyone during the pandemic. We're very grateful for that, and the National Library is basically our leader in doing so. Also, of course, Mr. Vilks mentioned the fact that libraries and museums and archives, let's not forget about them, are the ones that could provide sustainable development goals in Latvia, preserving the cultural heritage and everything connected to the culture and accessibility for everyone who basically has access to the internet. So thank you for that. And now we are going to ask our museums and ask our libraries, those people who organize this conference and this learning experience. So floor is to the organizers of this conference.
Dear community of museums and libraries of Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, on behalf of the organizers, I thank you for joining our conference. We are fully aware that cultural institutions are now facing extremely challenging times, being part of a world confronted with inescapable climate change, a pandemic, the rise of radicalism, inequality and disinformation. And all this in addition to our responsibilities to our location and day-to-day operations. Today's conference aims to support and strengthen you in balancing these conflicting demands. We believe that the Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations in 2015 are the perfect tool to find balance between the local and the global, the strategic and the operational in our work. Without this balance, we risk becoming irrelevant to our audiences who are at the heart of our missions. We will look into the local context of the SDGs through the eyes of our international partners and local practitioners and experts. We will explore, understand and learn to master the environmental, economic and social aspects of sustainability here in the Baltics. The slogan of our conference is Ask Your Library, Ask Your Museum. We, libraries and museums, we want to take the role of local actors and advocates for sustainable development. We want to be the local drivers of change and holders of locally relevant, trustworthy expertise. I would like to thank all the speakers and partners for the dedication to your input into the conference that we had to imagine and develop together. Dear participants, I wish us all 2 productive and meaningful days. I wish that by Friday evening our pockets are filled with useful and inspiring takeaways. I hope we all find new empowering connections across both sectoral and international boundaries. And I hope that in future our slogan will be Ask Your Library Colleague, Ask Your Museum Colleague.
Since 2018, the leading European and World Museum organizations, NEMO and ICOM, have been actively exploring and advocating for museum's crucial role in the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. The Latvian Museum Association launched its education programs on sustainable development in 2020 and continues to remind both museum professionals, and our audiences that memory institutions, as trusted holders of experience and knowledge, as well as center of their local communities, are ideally positioned to empower society to build more sustainable future. This conference is the result of successful cooperation between people who do not measure the hours they have spent, but have put their heart into achieving the SDGs. Thank you, Inga Surgunte, our partners and museums. Thank you for your involvement in the research into and implementation of SDGs. Our collections, our expertise, as well as the resources at our disposal can become a fertile and solid foundation for diverse interaction on every aspect of sustainable development, be it biodiversity, gender equality, or quality education for everyone. We will empower the museums and libraries at this conference to be able to inspire our audiences afterwards.
Thanks to IFLA, libraries have been familiar with the SDGs since 2015. More efforts has been put into informative and educational work about the SDGs at Baltic libraries from 2017. It is wonderful that EBLD has also become an engine for moving the SDGs forward and is developing a European dimension for them. The sustainability keywords for Baltic libraries are free access to reliable information and knowledge, media and information literacy, reading promotion, and self-confidence for a sustainable future. COVID-19 has given us many lessons, the most important ones that misinformation and manipulation are dangerous. Therefore, we must put more effort into contributing to people's critical thinking and ability to identify trustworthy information. But as for any beginning, we must first start with ourselves, librarians and museum professionals who are confident that the future is sustainable.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the three Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, joining the United Nations and UNESCO. With this, we fully committed to being active members of the world community and tackling the global challenges to building a more sustainable and inclusive future for all of us. In 2015, the UN adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the SDGs. This created a vision with achievable milestones through which we can work towards bringing peace and prosperity for all the people and the planet, today and in the near future. The 2030 Agenda is not only an urgent call for major political change, but also invites every one of us to be active participants. Libraries and museums are the very drivers for change. They can guide us to a better understanding of these goals. The principles that libraries and museums implement in their activities should be the ones that every visitor feels inspired by. On behalf of the Latvian National Commission for UNESCO, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, our drivers of change, the Latvian Museum Association, the Library Association of Latvia, and the National Library of Latvia. We're also grateful for the kind support of the Council of the Baltic Sea States, the Creative Museum, the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Latvia, as well as the Estonian and Lithuanian Museum and Librarians Associations. Let us set an example for others of how small but significant daily choices and actions can change the world.
Thank you to all introductions and addresses. Now we have a good 2 hours of content to go through. And the first part of the conference, first day, will be dedicated to drawing a bigger picture of what the SDGs are, to where we stand as a region, as our institutions, libraries and museums, and some of the preliminary conclusions of where the work that already has been done in these areas will be reported on. So we will start with a keynote by Henry McGhie, and as organizers and participants know, this conference grows from as a follow-up of the Henry McGhee's series of workshops. And Henry will tell everything about his work himself. Now, Henry's keynote will explore what localizing of SDGs actually means and why it is so important to understand where our sectors, museums and libraries stand in the bigger picture. So over to Henry.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the conference. My name is Henry McGhie. I'm a museum consultant based in the UK. I run an organisation called Curating Tomorrow. And just before we kick off with our conference, I just wanted to take a few minutes to explore, well, what is this thing localising? What do we mean by localising the SDGs, or to use their full name, the Sustainable Development Goals? And what are they, and what are they trying to achieve? And so I work on museums and cultural institutions' contributions to sustainable development agendas, basically trying to support them to make a bigger difference, a better difference. And so what I usually do is I take existing sustainable development agendas and I try to show how museums can connect their work with them. And we can actually think of this as a form of localization, as we'll hear about. And the way I tend to do this is I write these guides, which people can get for free from the links which are shown there. And so it shows 4 here, museums and the Sustainable Development Goals, collections and biodiversity conservation, museums and disaster risk reduction, and museums and human rights. And so the benefit of this approach is rather than museums looking within their walls at what they think they can do, is to ask again, well, what's going on in the wider world? What already exists? And what can we bring ourselves to? And that's something that I'll talk about again. But I thought I would start with a really nice quote, which links to sustainable development. And this is a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt, who was one of the architects of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So where, after all, do universal rights begin? In small places close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Yet they are the world of the individual person, the neighbourhood that he or she lives in, the school or college that he or she attends, the factory, farm or office where he or she works. Such are the places where every man, woman and child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity without discrimination. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. And it's a beautiful quote, I think, and it speaks very clearly to what we're talking about with localization. Localization is partly around looking at, well, what are the universal principles that people should all experience, and how can we make sure that those are met in people's own lives, in every single person's life. And so this is where Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals come in. And we can think of these as the latest episode, if you want to put it that way, in a long struggle to build a world at peace and harmony with everyone participating in creating and experiencing a better, a good world, and to take part in a better future. Now, looking back to when the declaration was put together in the 1940s and the most of the years since then, there is a bit of a problem, because what tends to happen is that governments make the decisions, they agree to treaties, conventions, all of which are excellent things, but they unfortunately haven't had much connection to institutions and organizations, and we could actually include museums and libraries in that. And the reason for that is that this world of treaties and conventions can seem very remote from the everyday work of museums and libraries. Now, when there was a program called the Millennium Development Goals, which ran from 2000 to 2015, they took a different approach. They were aimed at the global south, really at addressing poverty and hunger and really serious health concerns there. But they used a different approach. They used 8 goals. And the benefit of using goals is that they help people in different sectors really have a kind of shorthand to understanding what one another is trying to do. So if we can think about museums and libraries working together, often that would come down to, well, what does the museum do? What does the library do? There's a lot of explaining needs to take place. If both of you could just say, well, actually, we're both interested in no poverty, in addressing poverty, then you work out the how afterwards. You bring yourself to the challenge first, and then you work out how afterwards, not the other way around. And so, as those Millennium Development Goals were coming to an end, there was a realization that this goal-based approach actually had a lot going for it. It really helped different sectors to work to these big challenges, to have a kind of shorthand entry point into this world of conventions and agreements and so on. And so the document shown on the left there, called Transforming Our World, was agreed by the world's governments in 2015. But it was the result of a big consultation for 2 or 3 years before. And so although it's often said that this is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals or government Sustainable Development Goals, that's not really quite right. You could say that because they involved such a huge consultation exercise, they're really society's Sustainable Development Goals. And they're actually quite powerful in that because they give museums and libraries and other kinds of organizations a mandate. They give, this is a program that the world is telling us, this is what we want to do. This is the world we're trying to build. And so it's really important to understand the goals shown on the right-hand side there, which people are so familiar with, in the context of that document. It contains the vision, the principles, the results framework, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, and also a call for everyone to participate in creating this better world. And so here are some of the principles. That the agenda is grounded in existing human rights, and it's aiming to help more people gain their rights. It applies everywhere. It pledges to leave no one behind, which means that we have to prioritize the interests of those who are least well-served in societies. It's rooted in the principles of sustainability and sustainable development. It emphasizes the importance of partnerships of all kinds, and it applies across all of society and in all sectors. And actually, because of people's human rights, everyone has a right to participate in sustainable development. And that means they need organizations, institutions, and opportunities to claim those rights. But as a shorthand, before we keep talking about 17 goals and 169 targets, this is the easiest way to think about the overall aims of the agenda, what we call the 5 Ps. So in terms of people, to end poverty and hunger in all forms and ensure dignity and equality. And poverty isn't just about money, although that's part of it. Prosperity, to ensure prosperous and fulfilling lives in harmony with nature. The planet is an easy one, to protect our planet's natural resources and climate for future generations. Peace is around fostering peaceful, just and inclusive societies, and partnership is about implementing the agenda through a solid global partnership. So these contain the very traditional 3 dimensions of sustainability, people, planet, and prosperity, but with a recognition that there can be no sustainable development without peace. And partnership is also how we make the change. It's how we do different things. So that's why it's one of the reasons it's so wonderful to see a conference that's about libraries and museums together. So here are the goals. 17 goals to address the biggest challenges facing the world today. Not perfect, but by far the best template there is around. It's really important to say that this, at the end of the day, is just a picture. It shows the goals as 17 squares. It's really important to remember that the idea of this is that these goals are all connected. So if you're working on one, you have to think about, well, what benefits can I bring to the others, and how do I ensure I'm not just making problems in the others? So although they're so often shown like this, they're more, in many ways, it's more like a kind of like a sphere. They're all connected one to the other, or like a great big puzzle. we have to think, well, how can we build this world where all of these 17 challenges are met at the same time? That's why we can't just have a world where we do, this year we'll do climate change, next year we'll do poverty, next year we'll do migration, next year we'll do aging population. It doesn't work because there's not enough time, there's not enough resources, and these challenges are actually connected. And so in 2019, I wrote this guide, Museums and the Sustainable Development Goals. As a kind of form of localization, thinking, well, what are the things that museums and galleries do? And how can they bring themselves to the agenda, to the Sustainable Development Goals? And I thought, well, there are 7 main kind of opportunities, let's put it that way, based on the things that they already do and that relate to the goals and targets. So I'll just work through these quickly. To protect and safeguard cultural and natural heritage, both within the institution and more generally in the world. To support education for the Sustainable Development Goals. To promote cultural participation for everyone. To support responsible and sustainable tourism. To support research that helps achieve the goals. And to ensure that our internal decisions, management, operations, day-to-day work, that all of them are directed towards the goals and targets. And lastly, to make our external partnerships and collaborations directed towards meeting these challenges. Again, libraries and museums coming together is great. So when we localize the SDGs, what we're really doing is localizing the agenda. We're using the SDGs to help localize that agenda, Agenda 2030, and the 5 Ps. It's really important that we remember the principle of Agenda 2030 in our work with the goals, as they don't make sense without them. Working with the goals and Agenda 2030 is not just about doing easy things, but facing hard challenges. It's really important to say that we're not working in isolation. We have to help people see the connections between the places they live and the challenges further away. So localization is not just about thinking of a place in isolation from the wider world, not at all. And we use the goals to understand the challenges facing the places we impact on, and how those places have impacts elsewhere. So they help institutions think about, well, where does my work make a difference? And actually, how does that place make a difference in the wider world? We use the goals to understand the possible differences that we can make, drawing on our resources. And then we use them to make a difference worth making, that draws on and develops our abilities and meets the key challenges facing the places we impact upon. So we bring ourselves to Agenda 2030, and we bring the places we make a difference to Agenda 2030 in a better world. So it's about helping make the connections between our local communities and the big picture, the local to global. It's really, really important. And by doing that, we work as part of this renewed global partnership for sustainable development with local empowerment and meaningful participation. So we create opportunities for people to contribute to that big picture. So as a result of this, it helps us to provide better services for society. It ensures that we respect the rights of everyone equally. It helps more people to claim their basic rights, especially those we currently exclude. It helps us to truly work in partnership with individuals, communities, and groups, and with other sectors to create a better future. It helps us involve others in determining what future we're trying to create in the first place. So the goals and templates, we describe them as a blueprint, but they don't actually build the future. We use the blueprint to create the future we want. So as I mentioned before, we don't just decide to do the easy things because that's too easy, or the things that we know we will be good at. We do the things worth doing. And I think it's worth saying here that this is not at all about saying that museums and libraries have to be the heroes that save the world. That's not it at all. It's about saying we all have a part to play. And in fact, every individual has a part to play, every professional has a part to play, every community, every country, everywhere. So as we go into our conference, I'd just like to kind of encourage people just to try to hold on to this idea that we're trying to build this world with these, where these 5 aims are met, where people live in peace, they live fulfilling lives, the planet's protected, we live in nice, harmonious communities that can thrive forever, and we work with one another. And so the thing to say here is that no one is the expert in any of this stuff because we build the future together. It doesn't exist yet, we build it together. It just requires us to accept, as I say, that nobody has the answer, but together that's our best chance for creating this world worth making. And so I'd like to just say thank you and to have a good conference.
Thank you, Henry McGhie. As always, great connection between these guidelines of UN, of Sustainable Development Goals, and something that we can do locally, museums and libraries, or we can at least strive for. Now we are getting back to Baltic States, to someone who is an expert in Sustainable Development Goals in this region, Ugis Zanders, and Ugis Zanders is a project officer for Sustainable and Prosperous Region, one of 3 priority areas of the Council of Baltic Sea States, CBSS. Ugis Zanders coordinates projects in the fields of sustainable development and maritime economy and science and research. His previous experience also closely linked with sustainable development. He'll speak about Agenda 2030 in the Baltic Sea region, where we are and where are we going. But the great news is that you're basically covering about the discussion and that you had yesterday. So it's something very fresh, and so thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you very much for giving these opportunities to speak about localizing SDGs in our Baltic Sea region. Not only in the Baltic States, but covering whole Baltic Sea region of Scandinavia, Baltic States, Poland, Germany, and also Russia, where we do extensively our work. Certainly we'll come back to the global framework, which was kindly and very well introduced by our previous speaker, Henry. Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals are what was emphasized, and we have to understand they are deeply connected. They are integrated with each other, and activities in certain things, certain goals could have effect to another one. For example, even if we are doing good things, for example, sustainable goal number 7, which is affordable and sustainable energy. If you're using renewable energy sources, which is very characteristic for our region, for example, biomass for heat production. That will certainly affect SDGs number 13, climate change. It will certainly increase CO2 emissions. That even if we are, let's say, doing some positive actions in one SDG, that could not always positively, but also negatively could adverse make an impact to other SDGs, but certainly if you're using wind energy, solar energy, that will certainly positively reflect on SDG 13. That's sort of those as we call it, spillover effect. And sometimes that is a negative, sometimes it is positive. That is always, they are universal, integrated, and transformative, because, as I said, some actions in some SDGs can transform the result to another. But going back to localizing a bit this global agenda to our region, Council of the Baltic Sea's brief introduction. We have an intergovernmental organization established in 1992, which brings together 11 member states, which is all around the Baltic Sea, and also Iceland and Norway, which it's not directly on the shores of the Baltic Sea, but since they still has a very big impact and they are very well integrated in our region. Therefore, they are integral part of our network and our activities there. Then certainly every year that there's one of the countries are holding the presidency. Currently, we have a Norwegian presidency which started on the 1st of July this year and will run till the 30th of September next year. And they are setting certain priorities. What will be the, let's say, driving force for next year? But then certainly it's always we are working in the framework of Troika, like previous presidency, current presidency, and next presidency. It means that it's let's say it transforms or maintains and continues the activities which we started during the previous presidency. It still goes on in the next, like it was when Swedish presidency took floor. That they concentrated on SDG 12, like sustainable production and consumption, and then Latvian presidency, which went afterwards. We looked on very much on life cycle assessment of the services and products, which is deeply connected to the SDG 12. That's how the rotating presidencies are functioning, the Council of the Baltic Sea States. And despite that, those in aside the presidency's agenda, we have 3 long-term priorities to maintain the regional identities that the Baltic Sea region has. His cultural heritage has a specific identity which characterizes our region. Certainly, we would like to have on our priorities to be sustainable and prosperous region, and certainly safe and secure region. All these identities are interconnected and worked very well together. Like we had yesterday, together regional identity priority area and sustainable prosperous regional area. We organized this roundtable discussion how sustainability and culture could go together, especially considering this memory institutions, how they could contribute to the implementation of sustainable development goals. And certainly that when in 2015 the Global Agenda 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals were adopted at UN, then certainly we in the Council we worked also how we could address that global agenda for specifically for our region, which are the priorities for our region. What we need to concentrate on, we have to consider that certainly that's not everything which is in that agenda we should address in the same level priority. For example, in Mediterranean areas, and there could be some different priorities than in our Baltic Sea region. And therefore, we discussed and agreed between Council of Ministers, between Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Baltic 2030 Action Plan, where we concentrated on those areas which are very important for us. That certainly transition to sustainable economy, climate action. That is it's very actual and will be actual for the next decades, and so that's how we could address that. Quality education and lifelong learning and partnerships. That is most important, and I believe that's where Council of the Baltic Sea States works. We're bringing all together actors from the whole region, from the whole countries, and deciding the common activities and acting together. That is most important thing. So it's equality and social well-being and sustainable resilient cities and communities. These are interconnected with respective sustainable development goals, are the action lines where we are working on. But in order to understand and how to address those challenges, this year's come together experts on sustainable development issues, and where we're discussing together nitty-gritty issues. That's how we could practically address those challenges which are identified by Baltic 2030 Action Plan. That is firstly monitoring where we are, in order to understand where we have to go, we have to understand what is the point of departure. Then we're building up the leadership, say acting together, and which direction to acting, and learning from the best, and helping to those who are not that fast, not so advanced. Youth engagement is very important, because sustainable development concept itself describes that we have to maintain and do everything to ensure the next generation receives the same, has the same abilities, to ensure their needs as we're doing now. And that is the youth engagement, one of the priority issues. That was during also Latvian presidency, when we engage youth organizations in discussions on the sustainability, what they see, what their priorities are, what they would like to address. And certainly thematic priorities that we are relating to concrete sustainable development goals. Yes, and in 2017, we worked and asked the consultancy Nordic Sustainability to do the monitoring of the Baltic Sea area, Baltic Sea region, where we are regarding sustainable development goals, and identify which are the most crucial ones where we have to make our efforts. And picture is pretty colorful. We have a very different level of advancement, and not only regarding specific sustainable development goals, but also the difference between the countries. And there's some very interesting ones. The color scheme is like green, that is where we are on the right direction. We are going to the right direction. Yellow one is we are moving there. Not yet there, but we are moving there. This orange one, we are doing something. We started to do something, but still more efforts is needed. And the red ones, we have a problem here. And that is where we looked, and we try to identify where are those problematic areas, and where are we could concentrate not only on sectoral base, but as a whole region. And what we try to learn and teach, not look, and the reason was to not name and praise particular country or name and shame the particular country, but to see where we as a region stand. And where we could help each other to address those challenges. And that is, and the report itself made the conclusions. We have discrepant performance in certain SDGs, which means we have a different level of advancements, and we can learn from each other to address those. It was sustainable goal in 11 sustainable cities and communities, and sustainable goal number 8, it was on a sustainable economy. That is where we have different stands. And then we have a challenging sustainable development goals, which is life on land. 2015, certainly that is the most important one. Sustainable consumption and production, climate change, and I mentioned that discrepant performance SDGs, sustainable economy. And then avenues of action also was introduced proposed by the report, where we have to concentrate now how to do the better. I believe everybody will, I will not to save the time, I will not repeat what kind of actions. Everybody can go to our website to download the report, to look on what are the performance of the countries, and what are the avenues of action. direction and where we have to go and where we have to do, what to do. That's where we stand in 2018. And then certainly we looked on where we stand in 2019. Does something change during those 2 years? And we used for 2017 and 2019, we used the data from Sustainable Development Solutions Network, is an independent consultancy company to who producing at global level, make an assessment of the global index report. That's where we used. And then we have a discussion with our member states, and they not always not always were fully aware about that system, because the data where we're coming from was not always coming from national authorities. They used different data, and they asked us to produce a report based on national indicators, and where we stand there when we looked from official statistical authorities data. But when we looked on going back to here, this picture, we looked. Let's say it doesn't change a lot since 2017. It's still in 2019. This challenge remains. We see probably a life on land SDGs has a bit brighter picture, but that's where we realize also the problems. That's because indicators in sustainable development solution networks are changing. Everybody can look on where Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania stands there. And in 2020, we did again. That is still in production. We will publish this report in November. But there we can see also where we are standing on those challenging SDGs, and where we having more efforts are needed. In our way, we have to do something, not only monitor where we stand. There we addressed, with the help of Swedish Institute, capacity building program, where we engage experts and participants from the countries to identify what we have to do, what's the best way to address those. An outcome of that program, we produce a handbook, which shows examples and where action should be taken. And that can be used from those, not only at municipal level and regional level, which was addressed on that more targeted, but also the institutions themselves can use this handbook to identify, say, good examples and challenges and recommendations how to move forward. And also we are seeing that we are moving forward not only on localizing globally and making handbook on how to address in general, but helping us how to address the most challenging SDGs, like climate change. And we will have a drafting a book how to address and localize the climate in Baltic Sea region, where where also the museums and libraries could look how they could address the climate change in their idea of work. And yesterday, as I mentioned, we had a very inspiring roundtable on the culture and sustainability. Where are the main challenges, and where we have to think, address the culture and memory institutions in sustainable development goal. And like it was mentioned by some previous speakers, horizontality and integrity of the culture is one of the advantages how we can use the culture to address those sustainable development goals. And the libraries are a place where we could discuss and make a social element in it, to allow people to come to the libraries to interact and recognize, and we need to recognize and spotlight the culture is integral part of the sustainable development and activities there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to Ugis, and we are sorry to shortcut, but because we have to move forward, there will be questions and answers part at the end of all presentations.
We'll be very pleased to do.
Absolutely. So, and now We are moving forward with the presentation entitled The Impact of Value Created by Culture and Approaching the Sustainable Development Goals, case of the Baltic States. And I will introduce the presenters, Professor Asta Mikalauskiene and Ilona Kiausiene, the professors of the Vilnius University Kaunas faculty. Their common interests of research are sustainable development, sustainability assessment, and in 2019, they have carried out a study, The Impact of Value Created by Culture on Approaching the Sustainable Development Goals in the Baltic States. So over to our Lithuanian colleagues.
Hello, everyone. I am Asta Mikalauskiene. Hello, everyone. I am Asta Mikalauskiene, a professor at Vilnius University. I am engaged in scientific and pedagogical activities at the Institute of Social Science and Applied Informatics of Kaunas faculty and the Department of Research of Information and Communication Activities of Organizations at the Faculty of Communication. I would like to present to you the results of the research conducted together with my colleague, Ilona Kiausiene, Associated Professor of Kaunas faculty. First of all, however, I would like to thank the conference organizers for the invitation to attend the conference and the opportunity to present to you the results of our research. The pandemic situation in Lithuania is not good, so we have to do it remotely. During this period, there is a lot of talk about sustainable development in both the scientific community and the general public. The problems we face for everyone are very important and relevant, but we believe that little attention is paid to culture and the value it creates. Thus, the presentation of our research is called The Impact of Value Created by Culture on Approaching the Sustainable Development Goals, case of the Baltic States. Thus, the cognitive paradigm of sustainable development is very important nowadays, the essence of which is described by society's education and teaching ethic and cultural relations between a human being and the world that create an excellent tool for achieving the overall progress. The overall progress should be consistent with human race surrounding environment in a new context that is valuing cultural paradigm. Environmental, social, and economic sustainability models that are used at present assess culture as an important aspect. However, there still is a lack of understanding on how particularly culture is related to sustainable development. Culture could be integrated into the concept of sustainable development in three roles. First role, supportive and self-promoting role, characterized as culture in sustainable development. Culture is related but independent with its separate environmental, social, and economic aspects. The second role is described as culture for sustainable development. This role moves culture into framing, contextualizing, and mediating mode that the one that can balance all three of the existing pillars and guide the process of sustainable development between economic, social, and ecological pressures by forming a variety of needs that arise from cultural goals and actions. And this role describes culture as sustainable development, where culture is seen as the essential foundation and structure for achieving the aims of sustainable development. Depending on the circumstances and aims, all three roles of culture are important. Everything depends on the context. Culture is a very difficult phenomenon of society, and its life requiring complex cognition as well as the objects of cognition characterized by a wide variety of features. Cultural and creative sectors are the engine of economic growth, job creation, and external trading. It is very important to assess the contribution of culture to the economy to determine how culture relates to the goals of sustainable development. You can see the purpose and objectives of the research on this slide. I would like to note that none of the sustainable development goals are directly oriented to culture. The concept of culture is not directly included in the definitions. Regardless, some aspects should be taken into consideration because relations between sustainable development goals and culture are clear. In the identified the 4th, 9th, 10th, and 11th goals of sustainable development, which can be considered as directly related to the value created by culture. In this slide, you can see the goals of sustainable development in relation to the value created by culture. First, in this slide, you can see the research methodology. First, when determining implementation interrelations between the value created by cultural and sustainable development goals, the analysis side territorial units have been defined in this research. The main territorial units that are compared with each other according to the selected indicators are the 3 Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. The 3 Baltic states have been chosen because similar economic growth, demographic, and employment perspectives were observed. Moreover, even though each has national identity, the cultural policy goals of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are similar. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia have experience working together in the area of cultural policy, especially when creating creative industries. The first attempt of policymakers from 3 countries was made in 2006. From that point, experts and cultural policymakers have shared good experiences in the areas of cultural industries and common cultural creation, and from united positions in the European Union. The assessment of the impact of value created by culture involves 3 stages. First, the general tendencies of the selected indicators, which show the value created by culture for countries' economy, were described. The general tendencies of the selected indicators help explain why culture is important for achieving the sustainable development goals. In the second stage, indicators are selected to set the composite cultural value index. In order to calculate cultural value index, there has been 14 indicators integrated in total to the initial list of indicators, and covering the analyzed period of 2015 and 2017. The obtained expert answers were analyzed based on the average of response significance. Finally, the statistical dependence of the cultural value index from Sustainable Development Goals index was analyzed in order to verify the strength of the independence. The correlation regression analysis was used. And what results did we get? Culture contributes to the creation of gross value added. The gross value added created in the cultural sector of EU member states grew on average by 2.4% per year. In period 2011 and 2015, it amounted to 2.8% of country's gross value added in 2015. According to Eurostat data, the turnover of cultural sector amounted to 475 million euros, composing 1.7% of the total turnover of the non-financial business economy. The highest turnover was recorded in Cyprus. Not only economic indicators were able to assess the value created by culture. Possibilities to participate in cultural activities have a significant impact on human life quality, contribute to welfare, and help them to integrate into society. Each member of society, depending on priorities, chooses in which cultural activities to participate. Some prefer to read books or newspapers, others prefer to go to the cinema, theater, other cultural objects or events. Statistical data show that 64% of 16 and older persons from all EU 28 had been to the cinema, a live performance or a cultural site in last 12 months. However, most of the residents went to the cinema. The data provided in table discloses that the best position according to the indicators selected for the research is occupied by Estonia, first place. The second and the third places go to Latvia and Lithuania. Estonia and Latvia occupy the worst position according to two indicators. Estonia has the lowest import of cultural goods by and the mean consumption spending of private households on cultural goods and services. Latvia has lower values than other Baltic states in cultural enterprises and libraries users per 1,000 population, and it is third position, whereas the situation in Lithuania is much worse, as this country occupies a third position according to the most indicators selected for the research. Lithuania has a much lower number of persons employed in the cultural field. The main reason for this is small incomes of personnel employed in this sector, even through the number of economic operators in the Lithuanian cultural sector is the highest. The enterprises working in this area create the lowest added value among the Baltic states due to not very favorable business conditions. This allows to state that Lithuanian cultural value is still unwell recognized and usually ignored. However, the statistical data analysis reveals that cultural input when implementing sustainable development goals is unquestionable. Therefore, each country's achievements in the implementation of sustainable development goals are also important, Estonia is in first place according to the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. Concerning Cultural Value Index, Latvia occupies the second position and Lithuania the third place. When aiming to achieve Sustainable Development Goals, the Baltic States seems, as well as other EU 28 states, implemented changes in education, energy, and other areas. Figure presents the achievement of the Baltic states when trying to implement individual goals of sustainable development. The correlation coefficients expose that there exists a strong and very strong relation between Sustainable Development Goal Index and almost all indicators allowing to assess value created by culture. However, the relation is statistically significant only between Sustainable Development Index and three indicators: cultural employment, participation in any cultural or sport activities in the last 12 months, and museum visitors. Thus, the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals is influenced more by the involvement of each country's residents in cultural activities. In this slide, you can see the main conclusions. In addition, it can be added that during the conducted research, it has been determined that Estonia has the biggest number of persons employed in the cultural area during the investigated period. Estonia cultural enterprises compose the biggest gross value added, which was 0.2 percentage points higher than in Latvia and 0.3 percentage points higher than in Lithuania. The residents of all three Baltic states tend to participate in cultural activities. However, as the average wage after taxes remain to be lower in Lithuania than in Estonia and Latvia, this forces Lithuanians devote a larger part of it in order to satisfy leisure needs. You can see our contacts here if you have any questions or have comments about this and further research. Thank you for your attention. I wish you a good conference, a productive discussion, and further joint activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the research that gives us a lot of data in the Baltic states. But now we are skipping coffee break. Those of you who are watching, you don't have to skip coffee break, obviously, but we'll just keep going. And we have a very welcome and very honorable guest, Stephen Weiber. He is manager and policy and advocacy. He works for policy and advocacy in IFLA, that is International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. And since we looked at the Sustainable Development Goals in Baltics, now we will go deep on the deep end of the discussion about the libraries, and he will reveal how libraries have been addressing the SDGs so far and what benefits they see for the work. And from our side, from museum side, I have to say that libraries have been very meaningful, and for this during the pandemic, because the availability of the resources, it really sustains the preservation of the heritage, I think, in all the Baltic states. So floor is yours, Stephen Weiber.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today, and of course to the Council of Baltic Sea States for deciding to focus this whole conference on the role of culture and cultural institutions in supporting the SDGs. As a member of the core team of the Culture 2030 Goal campaign focused on just this topic, it is great for us at IFLA to be involved here. To give a quick idea as to what IFLA is, we are the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, with a global organisation for libraries, working both to support advocacy at the global level, at the national level, at the local level, and to help libraries come together to talk, to discuss about how to have the greatest positive impact. I think we're at a crucial moment for addressing this topic. Firstly, because culture, like every other sector, needs to step up. We are now almost 2 years into the decade of action, the window that we have to accelerate our efforts to make sure that we are taking the efforts needed, the steps needed to make for sustainable development, to achieve the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals. These, of course, include climate change, the focus of COP26 in just a month and a half. But it's also because COVID-19 has created specific challenges for cultural actors, including, of course, libraries, faced simultaneously with greater challenges in delivering services at a time that demand is likely to rise. As such, taking the time to reaffirm our values, our commitment to making a difference, but also to reflect on how we can have the strongest positive impact possible is essential. It's now or never. So you've already heard great interventions from colleagues. You also have a great selection of other library representatives in the coming 2 days, including, of course, our president, Barbara Liesson. I therefore want to avoid repeating or preempting their words and rather provide a pretty high-level library perspective on what the SDGs mean. Of course, I know from Henry McGhee's work that there's much overlap between what the library and the museum approaches are on development. And so, of course, none of this is intended to be exclusive. Therefore, rather than focusing on the what of engaging with the SDGs, something that I know that others will do better than me, I will try rather to give some ideas about the why and the how. Why the SDGs represent simultaneously an affirmation, a responsibility, an opportunity for libraries and other cultural actors, and how we can respond. First of all, the SDGs as an affirmation. So to state the obvious, we, libraries and information workers, do what we do because we know it's important. From early years literacy to enabling the most advanced research, from providing the spaces and support for civic participation to safeguarding the memory of the world, meaningful access to information for all as a precondition for development. This we know is essential. But of course, while we know that this is important, and hopefully the policymakers, funders, and even intergovernmental organisations working with us do so also, this is not always the case at the heart of government, across government. It therefore matters that the 2030 Agenda, a truly global agenda, agreed at the highest levels, that guides the work of governance, of funders, that this agenda echoes these points. This is, I would argue, the strongest international affirmation yet of the importance of the substance of our work. But there's more, because the 2030 Agenda also affirms not only the relevance of what we do, but also of how we do it. Firstly, it focuses on the interconnections between goals, on the importance of a joined-up approach, because none of the policy areas covered are new to the SDGs, but it's the fact of dealing with them together that makes the difference. Libraries are arguably the interdisciplinary service provider par excellence. When somebody comes through the door of a library, it could be for any reason, to carry out research, to develop literacy, to search for health information, to learn how to start a business, to participate in culture. The SDGs also take a rights-based approach. In other words, they emphasize the need to find solutions based on the individual and their needs, ensuring that everyone has the capabilities necessary for their own personal development. Again, this is a familiar concept for libraries, for everyone in our field, who are committed to working with users to help them achieve their own goals through meaningful access to information. Finally, the agenda also stresses the importance of partnerships, of drawing on the strengths of all stakeholders, all parts of government, all levels of government, all institutions and civil society actors in order to deliver. And of course, this includes libraries. In effect, the governments that have signed up to the SDGs have made a commitment to work with us to deliver. So to summarize, the SDGs, in affirming the actions, the approach, the values of libraries, are evidence of a really welcome convergence between our institutions and the global policy agenda. Yet this is not an excuse to sit back, to declare mission accomplished, because while the agenda emphasises the need for governments to work with partners, such as libraries, it also makes clear that these partners themselves need to play their part. Of course, it's not as if libraries are only supporting sustainable development alongside their other work. All that we do is about serving generations past and future. But this is not to say that we cannot do what we are already doing better, that we should let the opportunities created by new technologies, new understandings go to waste, that we should not be exploring new roles, new contributions, new ways of producing the access to information people need in order to fulfill their potential, new ways of working through culture, both to design effective policy interventions and to implement them. Because libraries, access to information can be development accelerators, actors, actions that can unlock progress across the board. To ensure our own ability to do this, we also need to be able to demonstrate our relevance to communities, to decision makers, to ensure that they see how indispensable we are, to ensure that we are seen as a core investment for the achievement of the SDGs, not just as a nice to have. We cannot assume that we have a right to be supported, a value outside of what we are doing for people and communities today and tomorrow. We cannot just, as libraries, as the cultural sector, only talk amongst ourselves, preaching to the converted. We owe it to ourselves, to our communities, to the world. And what about the opportunities? I want to suggest three in particular, three ways in which we can engage with the SDGs from the individual to the international level. The first is to work with the SDGs as a thought framework, a structure that we can use for thinking through what we are doing. It's something you can do on a napkin, in a free moment, on a corner of a newspaper, on a corner of a notepad. Look at an SDG, pick one from 1 to 17, and think about how you are contributing to this, through which activities, which services. Doing this can be really rewarding, not just because it helps us recognize and articulate better the value of what we are doing already, but also because it gives us a new vocabulary for doing this, one that will resonate with decision makers. Secondly, the SDGs as a strategic guide, because just as the SDGs are intended to be the catalyst for a new approach in government, they should also be a driver of change in libraries also. We should not content ourselves with pointing out how we are already contributing to the SDGs, but how we can be more effective in doing so. There are some great examples already of library associations using the SDGs to think again about their offers, how they can achieve new goals, how different activities are interconnected. And as OCLC's recent report on the SDGs in individual libraries underlined, there are already a significant number of institutions already doing this themselves at their level. I know that there is always a risk with libraries that we spread ourselves too thin, that by trying to do everything, we risk being able to do nothing well. But the key point here, as the SDGs themselves underline, is that we don't need to do everything ourselves. Rather, we can think about how we can contribute to the achievement of wider goals through partnerships, through our collections, our spaces, our internet access, and our staff, combined with the contributions of others, as a federator, bringing partners together, using that shared vocabulary, that shared framework that the SDGs provide. Finally, there is the opportunity the SDGs offer for advocacy. As highlighted, the SDGs can be cited, can be used as an affirmation at the highest level of the importance of what libraries do and how they do it. Even in situations where politicians don't really care about what the UN has said, they still offer a vocabulary for explaining what we're doing. But crucially, the 2030 agenda is not a case of setting out goals and then just moving on. There is a whole process, a whole structure for follow-up. Every country is supposed to have a national development plan and contribute data on performance. Almost every country in the world has already prepared at least one voluntary national review of SDG implementation. And many cities and regions have published voluntary local reviews. The thinking that you do about how you are contributing now, about how you can contribute in the future, this is all valuable material for engaging in these processes. Working alongside the agenda opens up opportunities to be in touch with new parts of government, to work alongside a wider range of partners across civil society and beyond, to build up your networks, to ensure that it's not just your culture ministry, your education ministry, the ones that are responsible for your work day to day, but also health ministries, environment ministries, finance and economy ministries who see why libraries matter. We'll shortly know which countries are due to undertake voluntary national reviews of SDG implementation in 2022. But it's never a bad time to build links with the individuals, with the teams responsible for SDG coordination, for SDG delivery, with the coalitions of civil society actors focused on this. Or to start building the case even for stronger recognition of culture in the post-2030 agenda, the core part of the Culture 2030 goal of which IFLA is a founding member, and which, I should say, I strongly encourage you all to sign up for as supporters. With that, I wanted to thank you for your attention and hope that these points offer you a useful framework for thinking about the why and the how of engagement with the SDGs, because of the new affirmation they offer for our work and how we do it, because of the responsibility they give us to maximize our positive impact on development, because of the opportunity they provide to engage, to be recognized, to be supported formally as indispensable partners for development. So I look forward to your questions, to the interventions of the other speakers, and wish you a very successful conference. Thank you.
And we, in return, thank Stephen for this heartwarming presentation from the point of view of the libraries, which so well complements the Henry McGhee's talk and the previous talks. And I'm confident that the next speaker will also complement the overall topic. We go to Berlin now, where we will hear from Elisabeth Rosenberg, who is working for the network of European museum organizations on the SDGs, challenges and opportunities for museums in European and Baltic countries. And a few words about Elisabeth herself. So Elisabeth has been involved in a variety of culture and political organizations and projects, and currently contributes to Museums for the Future initiative, engaging museums in their support for youth-led Fridays for Future movement. She's passionate about the role of cultural institutions in achieving social and climate justice. She's committed to advocating for museums at the NEMO. And for those of you who are NEMO members, you know that the topic of SDGs and the Agenda 2030 was brought to this region thanks to NEMO in 2019 conference in Tartu. So, Elisabeth, floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you to the conference organizers for the invitation. My name is Elisabeth Rosenberg, and I am here representing the Network of European Museum Organizations. So before we begin, I would like to share a little bit about us. I recognize a lot of the names here today, but just in case you're unfamiliar with NEMO, we were founded in the 90s as an independent network of national museum organizations representing the museum community of the member states of the Council of Europe. Our main activities include advocating, sharing information, providing training, and offering opportunities to collaborate. We focus on the educational, economic, social, and collections-based values of museums, as well as digitalization and professional development. We collaborate with our members and illuminate current needs in the sector in order to both address those needs within our internal activities and capacity building offers, as well as to present them to stakeholders. This is where our surveys and report on the impact of COVID-19 on the museum sector in Europe have made a big impact. NEMO's advocacy work aligns with many of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, which is what brings me here onto your screen today. A bit about what I will be discussing. First, I'm going to give a brief overview of what NEMO has done in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. In this presentation, I will be focusing more on environmental sustainability, and while that's of course not the only component of the SDGs, I am a firm believer in the interconnected structure of the SDGs and acknowledge that there is no climate justice without social justice and a sustainable, fair transition in our communities. And furthermore, this is just a topic that I am also very personally passionate about. And then from that point, I will also discuss some of the challenges and the opportunities that I note for museums and networks regarding the SDGs, and highlight some great examples that I've received from the Baltics. So NEMO wants to make sure that museums are recognized and supported by the EU and by EU policymakers for the work they do to contribute to a sustainable future. And we want to do this by advocating for the instrumental role of museums in providing opportunities for decent work, poverty reduction, social resilience, gender equality, and other aspects relevant to the SDGs. By illustrating how museums and creative industries contribute to the realization of the development targets by providing solutions in urban and rural, European, national, and local contexts. By providing information about different approaches that museums in Europe and around the world are taking towards a more sustainable future, and by encouraging cooperation between museums and other players to form strong alliances and reaching out to citizens around the world. NEMO is a part of the Museums for Future initiative as well as the Climate Heritage Network, and has invited experts on sustainability, climate action, and culture to give workshops and webinars and to speak at our European Museum conferences. We collaborate with similarly focused organizations and networks and join their efforts. And we are also planning a thorough review of our operations from an external source in order to improve our commitments to sustainable, fair work and deliverables for our members. So regarding some of the challenges that I foresee for museums and for their networks regarding the SDGs, of course, I think many here would agree that within our museums sometimes there are structures that are slow to change, whether that comes from the hierarchical setup or funding schemes that can deter these larger transitions. Also, sometimes it's just a matter of wondering where to begin, estimating costs, setting priorities, allocating resources, and of course wanting to have the widest impact. And then just also coming down to how to respond to crises when they come up. The pandemic made clear that it's not easy to make massive adjustments to our operations, but it also proved that we as a sector are up to the challenge. So, regarding structures that are slow to change, perhaps many of you here already have contributed to ICOM Estonia's recently developed working group, where they have put forward a survey to evaluate the sustainable transitions and commitments in museums. If there's one thing that really stood out to NEMO during our consecutive surveys on the impact of COVID-19 for museums in Europe, it is that there is no real chance to adapt and improve without a formal evaluation first. We need to know where we are starting from in order to improve and go forward. So, of course, we certainly applaud those efforts. When it comes to wondering where we begin, along similar lines, the task of addressing the SDGs in part or in full, if it seems too wide to tackle, I think, starting by asking for advice is great. And at the Ugis Art Museum, they invited students to consider ways in which the museum could operate more sustainably. And these outside opinions can certainly help you prioritize and help you figure out where to begin, and perhaps also lead to some original ideas. As for responding to a crisis, I chose the example of the Nida Art Colony's production of the Sun and Sea opera. While this is not a museum, I thought that the work of this adjacent arts and research organization is certainly worth highlighting. There are many ways in which museums and other cultural organizations can address the public and discuss the crises that necessitate our commitment to the SDGs. And telling compelling stories is, of course, a good place to start because it is something we are familiar with. And of course, there are alternative, larger efforts, including direct aid that can come from museums. And I'm very happy to say that that is something that we've also seen museums to be very capable of through the pandemic. And now I'd like to just discuss a few of the many opportunities for museums and their networks within the SDGs. I think this is a great opportunity for us to expand our museum ecosystem, to work on defining new measures of success, and also, of course, as the conference title goes, localize our SDGs and museum work. Yeah, conference title or not, I don't think we can undervalue or understate the value. So some of the examples I would like to bring forward. In terms of expanding the museum ecosystem, I chose quite a large example of the Baltic Sea Festival. Over the past 20 years, this festival has operated in collaboration with libraries and other cultural venues throughout the Baltic Sea region and celebrates music and art and provides commentary on the climate. Now, of course, not every effort of a musician or a museum to collaborate outside of their immediate sector will result in something of this size, but the effect is certainly something to admire. In terms of defining new measures of success, I think it's, of course, important that we also evaluate our internal operations, as the Estonian National Museum has done, in order to increase our efficiency and set and reach sustainable goals. But this also brings forward the opportunity to re-examine the museum's role and how you wish to connect with your visitors. And as for localizing the SDGs and museum work, exhibits such as Life in Decline at the Estonian Mining Museum aim to bring such global transitions into a more local focus. And of course, we can always do more. I mean, there were so many great examples that came my way, but I would like to discuss just for a moment just a few of the many things that I think we can do at the European level for museum networks and museums themselves. I had a lot of things to discuss, but I'm just going to highlight a couple of the important ones. I think at the European level, it's important that we advocate for building on what is already working well. Programs can incentivize not only cross-border collaboration, but sustainable work as well, if sustainability is an indicator. Culturally relevant programs should be expanded and better funded, as culture has proven to be a transversal instrument and should be valued as such. Cultural heritage should provide the inspiration and be central in the transformation of our towns and cities, while circular, sustainable models can provide the blueprint. Museum networks can take part in initiatives that seek to create communities of museums having a shared vision and support our members and colleagues at their varied stages and abilities. We can share the museum potential with innovative, sustainability-driven stakeholders throughout the museum community and beyond. And of course, we can contribute to campaigns and encourage discourse based in shared experience and culture that cannot be so easily ignored. And then regarding museums and their role to play, I think that we must be empathetic and bold in our anticipation of the needs of our communities. In order to do this effectively, museums need to lean on each other. Museums can connect through networks such as NEMO in order to discuss challenges and come up with solutions. By asking NEMO member colleagues, I was overwhelmed with great examples of what museums in the Baltics are doing to address the SDGs. And I was very happy to include a small portion of them in this presentation. Communication, co-learning, and collaboration are key in creating a sustainable sector. And when we take on new challenges, let's do our best to make sure that our discerned solutions are shareable. So the good news to share about what can be done at the EU level, at the museum network level, and everyone and everywhere is that we are already seeing a lot of these transitions. NEMO recently completed our EU network funding application, and we were happy to address 2 focal points required of the application: gender inclusivity and diversity, and environmental sustainability. The priorities of the SDGs are shining through recent initiatives and calls from the EU. And one can only benefit from reading Europa Nostra's Heritage Green Paper, which establishes many connections and opportunities of the culture sector and the Green Deal for Europe. This transition is also filtering out across European museum associations, not only exemplified by this very gathering, but also the German Museum Association is setting a new transversal theme of sustainability. And their sustainability goals will accompany all activities of the German Museum Association in the future. So I'd also like to thank so much a lot of the colleagues that I reached out through our network who sent me so many great examples from the Baltics. Thank you all very much for your time here today. And yeah, I hope to see you tomorrow at the Global Climate Strike, either in the streets or online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Elizabeth, and we'll see if we'll join Global Climate Strike. Hopefully, some people will do. And before I introduce Elina Vikmane from Latvian Academy of Culture, I would ask you to, you know, all of us love to comment on internet, but now I would ask you to actually send us your questions. There have been many interesting and presentations about museums and libraries. So what are your questions for people who are experts in the field? So ask your library, ask your museum. Now to our next speaker. She's a bright star in our museum landscape in Latvia. She's Director of Cultural Heritage Governance and Communication, International Master's Degree Program at the Latvian Academy of Culture, a board member of Latvian Museums Association and Latvian Contemporary Art Museum Foundation. So many hats. She focuses her research on the opportunities and constraints of Latvian what Latvian museums face in exploring and expanding their social role in contemporary society. So this is a concluding presentation before we start the next session. And so questions and answers, please be active. That's your opportunity to ask the questions. And now Elina Vikmane towards sustainable development of the heritage sector, priorities, trends, and challenges for Latvian museums.
Hi. I am Elina Vikmane, and I'm delighted to add some specifics such as sustainability priorities, some concerns, trends of Latvian museum sector to the overview given by the amazing speakers before me. Here in Latvia, sustainability term is rarely used in normative framework for museums, but we can spot it twice in accreditation rules, as you can see on the screen as the goal of it. And then towards the end to point out that accreditation statement should describe the museum's potential to guarantee its sustainability. The paper aims to propose a critical review of sustainable development priorities in Latvia's most popular museums, whose joint annual share of visits amounts to 50% of country's total rate. Here on the screen, you can see the categorization matrix, showing an example how selection was organized. Priorities in a form of phrases or short sentences were lifted out from the development strategies, collection policies, research policies, and communication policies. Hundreds and hundreds of pages were manually analyzed for direct and latent meanings according to theoretical sources, because direct term sustainability is rarely mentioned there. The analysis rests on the notion that textual material, also created for another purpose and limited in scope, can help identify contextual meanings. But now to the conclusions. Latvia's museums are clear about their key priority, accumulation and preservation of cultural heritage to guarantee its availability for future generations. In fact, of course, none of the following priorities could be fully realized without fulfilling this first one. An equally clear value and priority is strengthening or maintaining national identity, boosting self-worth and national self-awareness, inspiring pride in relation to heritage, maintaining cultural practices of uniquely Latvian wisdom derived from nation historic traditions, or latviskā dzīvesziņa in Latvian. Digitalization is another key priority across the whole museum sector, focusing on both cultural and social sustainability. However, the digitalization of museum collections is far from being finished, and only part of the digitalized segment is available online with high-resolution pictures, video, or audio files. Digitalization can be referred also as DG 17, a tool for strengthening the means of implementation. Here you can see preliminary results of my newest research project called The Role of Digital Innovation in Museums Within Sustainable Development Framework. You can see on the screen that museums strongly believe that digital innovations help to strengthen the popularity of museums so that museums can act towards the needs of society in 21st century, become more efficient and create new forms for different audiences, also attracting new ones. But they are much more skeptical that digital innovation can help to reduce museum impact on environment, save costs in the long term, or diversify their income. Image building emerges as a significant priority for all Latvian museums in this research. However, there is no single tendency in their opinion on whether they boost the image of country in general, the museum itself, or the region or city it is located in. Speaking of SDGs, museums are boosting incoming tourism here in Latvia and are free to determine how they present the country's overall image. But do they encourage sustainable tourism? Unfortunately, strategic priorities don't give an answer to that. Development priorities towards climate goal were the most complex to analyze in present study because it's generally assessed with highly specific quantitative measures such as ecological footprint or energy efficiency measures, which have not been provided in a top-down way for Latvian museums, denying them to understand the trade-offs of their choices or consequences of their actions. However, several trends are pretty evident through museum priorities. Eco-cultural resilience, focusing on human-nature relationship within various contexts and landscapes, is one of the most significant priorities. Although it's expressed across the broadest spectrum of documents and sometimes almost hidden between lines, nevertheless, museums almost by intuition seem to perceive that their priorities and roles include maintaining a safe and accessible natural environment that can be used in a variety of ways, appreciating the value of an intact rural environment around the museum, and preserving species and its diversity while maintaining, for example, the largest garden in Baltic region. Also educating the public about the diversity and uniqueness of local natural heritage, offering educational programs that involve physical activities, organization of environmental cleanup efforts, or becoming involved in efforts to create new tourist trails. Museums also prioritize environmental sustainability in terms of improvements of their physical infrastructure. They mention reconstruction of heating system or replacing the windows to save heat, reconstructing the restoration lighting to save energy, or drawing up new reconstruction projects explicitly to improve environmental sustainability. Museums also prioritize sustainable improvements to the transport infrastructure, such as introducing cycling lines, tourist trails, or improving public transport schedules for better access to the museum. The identified focus on the society and heritage interaction is exceedingly positive sign towards the input of heritage sector towards sustainable development goals. With that, the analysis also exposed a few critical concerns. Access is top priority in museum documentation, and it refers to several aspects. First of all, priority is increased physical accessibility and security. However, at the time of the study, only 2 museums were fully accessible to visitors with reduced mobility, with the rest being only partially accessible. Access priorities include also opening hours, open daily, all year round, or at least during the high season, or longer weekdays. Access means also financial availability with free admission for specific groups or discount days for public. With that set as a priority, only 1 museum offers its permanent exhibition free of charge for all. Other museums grant free admission or discounts to various groups. Here you can see them. What do you think they have in common? Yes. All the groups can verify their special status with some kind of an official document. At present, museums do not grant free access at regular intervals, for example, once a month, to all persons, which would be the most beneficial and important to socially vulnerable groups that find impossible to present the official documents, like single-parent families, former convicts, victims of human trafficking or abuse, etc. All museums prioritize accessibility of knowledge through providing accurate and research-based information. The information is presented with increasing diversity when it comes to language. Museums continue to seek new forms of address tailored to specific target audiences and prioritize emotional accessibility, providing opportunities for recreation, giving visitors emotionally resonant information or emotional experience, some visual pleasure, the joy of play and celebration, all come under another museum priority. Conscious efforts to build and maintain social capital or social ties, interaction and cooperation with multi-level educational institutions are prioritized by all museums. This activity is stipulated in a nationwide financial support program. In addition, some museums tend to promote more specific community associations, for example, war veterans, rapier enthusiasts, motorsports veterans, sailors, or artists. In a similar way, museums outside the capital seek to connect with their local populations. It also resonates with the final Sustainable Development Goal number 17, that of promoting cooperation. At the same time, no expectations are raised throughout accreditation procedures about reinforcing existing cooperation efforts or ongoing involvement of ever new partners, vulnerable communities, or social groups. The study demonstrates diverse involvements of Latvia's most popular museums towards sustainable development. At the same time, it also identifies the windows of improvement, both individual or museum level and national level as well. Thank you. Please do not hesitate to contact me. I will be delighted to continue this conversation, and I wish all the participants further fruitful discussions here at the conference.
Thank you. And we are back. As you see, everyone's alive, at least 4 of us, and the rest are on Zoom. So, Elina, since we just saw your presentation, so what was something that stood out? What surprised you after you researched 10 biggest museums in Latvia? Like, what is important for the sustainable development goals here in museums?
I think I agree to Henry McGhie when he said that we all are developing. We are not an experts in a field, or we don't think that we are in a finish line. But I love very much how Rogers tells how the new ideas spread, and he points out that there are 3 levels which are very, very important. And this is an individual level, so individuals or museums or libraries themselves. And new ideas spread through ideas champions, innovation champions. So I wish and invite all to find champions in ourselves or get some champions on board. Then the second level is community level or collective level, and I think of associations and also this conference, spreading education, communication, encouraging our sectors to work together. And the third level is institutional level, or the normative framework, and then I think of accreditation scheme, and I think that accreditation scheme can work as a wonderful carrot to invite museums to think about their goals, to choose themselves these goals, and try to do something and one thing and one step at a time to make the society and world better.
But what is missing? What pained you as a museum professional?
I think what was obvious that the environmental sustainability issues were less identified, and we've seen also in studies that the priority is lower than the social sustainability, and I think that somehow we need to come together, the international organizations and also our political leaders, that we set these goals more in a more straight manner, more measurable, and help our sector to develop our goals, our own goals. So, because it's very difficult to see the consequences of our actions and to see how our choices impact the environment and which choice is right and which is not.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure that we will focus down and there will be some questions about the very practicality of life. What are the good examples? Maybe we can talk about that later, but now in the presence of Ugis Zanders, Council of Baltic Sea State, can we talk a little bit about yesterday's roundtable discussion? Was it so round, or were there some corners or bumps or anything?
It was a very inclusive and very lively debate and discussions where the culture could position itself, our memory institutions could position itself within the Sustainable Development Goals framework. And the main conclusion was it is present everywhere. It's very horizontal. Culture is very horizontal and present everywhere. It's also its culture is a connectivity and connection between how to communicate sustainable development goals to the society. Because sometimes we are missing this link between sort of political level, government. We're missing sometimes every daily lives that link, and also it's communicating the goals and activities and action plans and all strategic documents what we have to the society. And the culture is a language how the best to communicate those sustainable development goals to the society. And that is one we have to, let's say, three-step way to identify the culture within the sustainable development goals, because there was also the question about whether perhaps culture needs his own sustainable development goal, dedicated sustainable goal to culture. But we realize it might open Pandora's box, because everybody who doesn't recognize himself between those development goals would like to have his own development goal. Right. But therefore, they identify, spotlight the culture within those sustainable development goals, and to communicate and integrate the culture sector in already at strategic level, planning level, already there at that point, how they could integrate the culture issues in all those sustainable development goals. That was one of the main messages.
Right. In one of your charts, we saw this colorful you know, the red and green and yellow. And we spotted, I think, few reds in this region. One that I spotted was the institutions. That institutions are not that strong. Perhaps it's an NGO sector or the general governments. And I think Lolita has her own few of the red spots. Maybe we can focus on them.
Painted red for gender equality.
So the social inclusion and things, things like that.
And also surprising, also poverty levels. So it means that if there are high poverty levels, also how much time or resources people have actually to participate in the culture. So those are connected things. So yeah, what's your take?
Well, maybe one of those questions we can look into more focus, like the governments. The museums and libraries are institutions by default. How strong are they to deliver?
That is a very good point, and that is very interesting that those tables, which were normally was designed to characterize the region itself, don't look on specific, but everybody is attracted to those specific looks on his particular spot on those. And certainly there we have to go down on indicator level, what indicators we are using for that.
Yes, tell us more about your research data.
That is very where we have to look, and I cannot, let's say, to go in on details what particular indicators everyone can go to that report, and that backstage you have all indicators which being used and then to familiarize with that. But that is a basic problem to get reliable and measurable data for all around the region. Because we are talking 11 countries, there are EU countries and outside EU countries, and that's not always to harmonized methodology, and to address that methodology and find comparable data between the countries. It is a big challenge. That's one of the reasons why we're going for the review of that data, to go to the national institutions, national statistical authorities, to find measurable data across the region, and that's where we're negotiating between different institutions. Where's our research work is we are doing now, to have comparable, reliable data, because sometimes, especially for the previous reports, we used data available at Sustainable Development Solutions Network, that is a non-governmental institution detached from United Nations, but still producing those Sustainable Development Index reports, which measures all the countries, UN countries, and assessing those data and going across the you imagine how difficult to have comparable data to find between all the countries, and they're looking on different sources. That's the reason why we had this discussion between why my country here is red, for example, on gender equality.
That's what we can relate to. Something very
exactly.
Personal.
But sometimes when you look to, for example, taking case of Latvia, look on the government. How on the politicians level, etc., decision makers, there is certain room for improvement, I would say.
And where do we stand as a country in comparison to the whole Baltic Sea region? And where the whole region stands by comparison to the Nordic well-off region?
I would say Nordic is a part of the region.
Certainly it is.
That's
mentally, but
mentally,
when you go on the
certainly
street.
we look. That is the reason why there is those discrepant performance between the countries, where country X is performing rather well, and probably across the sea, another side of the sea, the country Y is still a lot of challenges ahead.
Yeah, but you didn't answer the question. I mean. By fact, where do we stand in terms of implementing SDGs by comparison to well-off Nordic states? But concrete example, the electric cars. So where do we stand in that respect? Where do we stand in the respect of infrastructure for greener way of life? Something like that comes up in your research.
It comes up at one of the let's say access to renewable energy and access to alternative energy sources.
And that is not something where we are performing quite well at the moment.
That is yes, but because that is not thanks to our current actions and activities. Sure. That is thanks to let's say previous decisions taken that hydropower is a rather more advanced than other energy sources. Right. But I don't want to spotlight Latvia to make a specific ranking for it, but we still have a lot to do.
Okay, it's a very diplomatic answer.
Very. But let's move to libraries, to IFLA, that probably you'll be very happy to, yeah, Stephen. So hello. It's a pity you are not here in another library. So, but when you were talking about the libraries are trying to do everything, and then in a way there's a danger of burnout, or the danger you're covering everything but a bit. So what would be your suggestion? What is your outlook when you look at the Baltic states? What libraries should do, or how to participate in this, you know, sustainable development goals? Like literally this year, next year, like, and thinking that we live still under well of pandemics.
Thank you very much. So I think there are already some incredibly positive examples out there of libraries being involved. And I think I should be complimenting Latvia right now. I'm aware of this, but in fact, I'm going to compliment Estonia. So I hope people are okay with me being nice about Estonia right now. But Estonia is a really good example here. There is engagement of libraries at every level in their work on the SDGs. So right from the top, the Sustainable Development Commission, you have the libraries involved, you have other cultural institutions involved in the planning process, but you're also using libraries in talking about the SDGs, raising awareness of them. Similar things are happening in Denmark. But you're getting libraries involved as places where people can come together digitally or in person in order to talk about the SDGs, in order to talk in a democratic way about how you can actually achieve them. And of course, through this, we're also becoming aware of all the different ways in which libraries are contributing to the SDGs. And of course, these things only happen when there is partnership. And I think that was really the answer to this question of how do you avoid overstretch? How do you avoid trying to do absolutely everything? Is you don't have to do absolutely everything. You can be spread, but as long as you're working in partnership with others, I'm just going to refresh my video there, it keeps on stopping. But when you're working in that partnership, when you're properly integrated into that planning process, so there is the connection that allows libraries to work with the schools, that allows libraries to work with innovation agencies, that allow libraries to work with those parts of government, those organizations that are working on civic engagement. That's when it actually becomes possible. And I don't know, we're learning so much at the moment about how we do things online, how we do things in person, how we do things in a hybrid way. And there's been so much practice, there's been so much experience. Again, Baltic states have been excellent. Estonia has, I don't know, I really like the story of this library at the University of Tartu. Oh, it stopped with me in a funny position. It keeps on, the wind keeps on changing and my face goes funny.
It's okay,
I'm sorry about that.
It's fine.
It's okay. I'll be back there. The University of Tartu, for example, running poetry sessions with students during the lockdown period. It was a lovely example of doing something, using an innovative approach, using something human, using something light, in order to actually reach out to people. And I think that experience, those lessons learned, are really going to pay off.
Right. I think sitting here in Riga, we absolutely agree that Estonian colleagues deserve that credit. Also, the National Library of Riga is doing tremendous work in digitization, and Lithuanians do the same. I think now the museum people deserve a question to be put forward. So what's your question to
Henry McGhie, it's very, very interesting to see you again with that same poster that, you know, you're like our angel that we are learning so much in Latvia from you. You are always talking from all these UN, let's just say, commandments of development, you know, sustainable development goals. You always say that you need to think about that. Basically, you have to start either with yourself or your community. So what would be your suggestion how your life, or, you know, your life as a museum worker, what would be the practical way how to apply it for us?
Yeah, so I'll make a comment as a kind of response to a few of the other things I've heard as well, is that if we can remember that the governments ultimately make the conventions and so on, but they just don't deliver them. But if we think like back to when the United Nations was set up, the Charter of the United Nations starts with we the peoples. It doesn't start with we the governments. So one of the problems of our society is we have all these structures, which we can include museums and libraries. Of course, they do lots of good things, but they also kind of don't do other things as well. So if we were to think that like when the human rights were all drafted after the horrors of the Second World War, the 30 rights from the Universal Declaration, most people don't even know what rights they have. So it's not a mystery that we don't live in a world where we have them. And so we should also avoid a situation where the cultural sector, if it talks about rights, it would say, oh, well, you know, we support the right to participate in cultural life, or we support the right to information. That's like picking and mixing. That doesn't work. So one of the great things with Agenda 2030 and the goals, you know, like you see on my wall in my front room, because I really like them, is that they're a shorthand to all of these things. They're a shorthand to the failings of government to provide mechanisms for people to participate in making a better world. So although we often talk about, you know, indicators and so on, those were largely built for governments to report on the activity in their countries. But as we've seen, as I think people would generally agree, it's the governments that are the problem. Like we see, we've got COP26 in a month. People want climate action. We know that from huge surveys, but governments are resistant to it. So what's the role of cultural institutions there? It's not necessarily that cultural institutions empower themselves, but it's cultural institutions empower people to understand what options they have available, to make use of their representatives, to understand, you know, their local perspective and the world's challenges. And to go back to some of those principles that came from the United Nations, not as a top-down situation. If we think that most of the work for the declaration was done by Eleanor Roosevelt, she was completely amazing. And it's about, you know, there's this quote of where do human rights begin in small places close to home. And I completely love that. And that, I think, should be our museums, our libraries, and all of the other institutions we have. So that's my long answer. Thank you.
So you're not giving your private road to the, you know.
But we will focus down the question and ask Henry, somebody who is based in Liverpool, aren't you? Right. And when you wish, you go to your national museum, and it's free, isn't it? Right. You would get a free pass to Latvian national museums, or Estonian, or Lithuania. I guess so. So what's your thinking about social justice? Shouldn't the national institutions be free, just like the National Library of Latvia?
Well, that's a slightly complicated question. I think I wouldn't say so much about whether people pay or not, but it's in that structure who is cut out in the process. So if people are cut out, then that's a problem. And it's like, so if people have to pay, then what mechanism is in place to support those who can't pay? And I think, again, to say like, if our cultural institutions are a reflection of the society we have, I think it's dangerous to think that culture and heritage are all nice and they're all great, because they're not. There's lots of, you know, they reflect all of the problems and blemishes of society. But it's which society do we want, and what kind of institutions do we need to build that society? So that's my answer, I think.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Henry, I just wanted to ask you about your private and your personal choices. How do you apply your area of expertise about these sustainable development goals in your own life? You've been living and breathing that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I used to work in a big institution, and I decided to leave because I wanted to spend my time working on this. So I work from my front room. I've got an absolutely tiny carbon footprint. I try to help people And I think there was a question that somebody said before, like, I think you asked the question, what's the biggest block? And I think the biggest block is confidence. So it's not knowledge, so we know it's climate change, we know about the problem of climate change, we lack the confidence to act on it. So we need to find the people and the organizations that can help build confidence. So in terms of what I do, so I've certainly flown a lot less in this last year. I don't expect myself to be some kind of superhero, because none of us are superheroes, but I try to be, to understand what difference I want to make and make sure that the things that I'm doing match the difference that I want to make. It's where there's a disconnect between those two things that there's a problem.
Right. Elizabeth, we wish to connect to you now and ask, how does NEMO feel about bringing the SDGs to the Baltic Sea region, and are you proud of the work that has been done already here by the national museums and libraries?
Yeah, I mean, the very short answer would be yes. Certainly very, very proud,
what do you
thrilled.
expect from us to do further?
I mean, like I said in the presentation, it was really exciting to me when I did reach out to colleagues through our network and asked for examples of what's going on in their backyards, and was really overwhelmed. I mean, in such a short presentation, I tried to cram in as many of these really great examples that came towards me, but didn't have time for everything. And yeah, so I would have to say we're certainly thrilled that the conversation continues. And also, as I said before, I mean, I think one of the biggest things when museums and libraries and other, cultural institutions are working on integrating the SDGs in, the offers that they have for their communities, that we also try to take into consideration how we can build on those things, not only in your institution, but connecting with neighboring institutions and putting out a blueprint if you find something that works really well, or if you're running into the same stumbling block, then reaching out, perhaps through a network or, just in your community. I think it's so important that we do lean on each other, and that when we are finding solutions, that we communicate about those things. So that would be the thing that I would say moving forward, that, we try to focus on. And this conference right now is such a great example of that. I mean, on the website, they've already put forward, a lot of great examples. So, it's certainly the way forward.
Thank you so much. And talking about great examples, that's our next part. The next session will start at 1 o'clock, but you'll hear from the experts, museum and library experts from Kaunas and from Latvia and from library, but the libraries for people who have difficulties to read, and it's not only people who are hard of seeing, and all kinds of examples. So I really suggest you come back. And I know that there will be favorite example of Inga Surgunte, who is one of the organizers, and thank you her for this conference, about Estonian Open Air Museum that is really working to preserve the, how you say, heritage seeds and how to preserve the types of plants that our grandmothers and grandfathers used to plant and grow in their gardens. So there's it's very interesting also examples. So come back and I think it will be exciting enough to go zoom into these examples of how these sustainable development goals can be seen or preserved and developed in the Baltic states.
Right.
So thank you. Come back at 1.
See you soon.
And thank you for participating and coming here. Hi, hello, welcome back, and greetings to you all from Riga. So now we are at this wonderful stage when we can zoom in at different case studies, and so we'll have experts who will highlight the different cases in libraries and museums in the Baltic states. So I'm not sure. I really hope you'll have some questions for people who have shared their expertise and their experience here, and I hope we will be able to learn from each other, from Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania.
Yes, I agree absolutely. Put your questions, and we are really focusing down now from that bigger picture, in which I think we succeeded pretty well to join the dots and draw it. And now focusing down, really. So we have a great first case study. I wish we could all move to Kaunas, but this is not happening meanwhile. So the project is called the Backup Stories Community Platform at Kaunas Picture Gallery. And presenter is Auksė Petrulienė, artist, curator, and founder of Backup Stories Community Platform at Kaunas Picture Gallery. It's a National Čiurlionis Art Museum, and we are very excited to hear about your experience and your expertise. So greetings from Riga.
Hello from Kaunas Picture Gallery. Now we at a special place, a place for community exhibitions, and it's a community space Backup Stories, which is a real physical space at museum, and also a process. And now it's already 5 years when the community platform exists. The idea to establish a community platform comes from my artistic experience, as we have a silicon theater, a theater of small silicon figures which are animated lively, and which we transformed to huge, colorful video projections. So we used to talk with people, to select the stories, and then to come to some places which are forgotten places, some wastelands, some yards of blog houses. So we use silicon theater as an X-ray for the places which are in amnesia. In 2015, we were invited by Kaunas Biennial to make an X-ray for a huge textile factory, abandoned textile factory. So then we entered that territory, a huge territory which was left as it was after the collapse of the factory. It was left as it was, with all chemicals inside at the laboratories, even with house plants which were mummified. And it was a feeling of a lost world which is so quickly disappearing. And it so moved us as an artist. And we found not only that factory, but also the community which was alive, which was full of wish to express, to tell about how it was to work at a factory during the Soviet time. And it was a contrast between the dead factory and the community which was well connected, still alive, and they were full of memories, full of some unbelievable examples of production of the factory. So soon we realized that it is too much for an ephemeral projection, too much for an artistic piece of art, and we decided to move to the museum. I was working at a museum, and I thought that maybe it's a good idea now to go to the museum with all those people. So we decided to establish a community platform, and a first community which was there on the focus was where the people from the factories, the post-industrial community or ex-workers of the factories. So we try to express the voices of people who were silent for a long time. And for that we meet all together. I mean the community members, contemporary artists and museologists. And as a team, we are making exhibition together as an equal partners together with community to make it like a megaphone for the voice of community. The first exhibition was about textile industry, and later we went to the Kaunas paper factory, and then after that we had the community of famous Kaunas sneaker factory, and now we are at the exhibition made together with a huge Kaunas factory, Kaunas radio factory. So step by step we are trying to take industrial memories out of the margins of history and to talk about it, because it's not easy to talk about that time, because the memories people have, they are a little bit complicated. People, they have a feeling that everything they were doing during Soviet time, now it's not worth to remember. So somehow all achievements and all histories and memories, they are not so positive. And the lives of people, they were like swallowed 2 times. And once they were swallowed by planned economy, and second time by wild privatization, which came together with the independence of Lithuania. So Kaunas was an industrial city during Soviet times, and now it's time to talk about that industry as one of the things which are our identity. So if we are not going to collect those memories and to forget it all, we will lose one part of our identity as the citizens. And it was a lot about the amnesia of the town, about the places which were forgotten, about the people who are forgotten, and they gave us the memories. And when you are taking feelings and memories from people, when you are working as a community, together with community in community art project, it's only one step to the activism, because when you are talking about the past, soon you are going to talk about the future. And in 2018, the backup stories, they still were talking about post-industrial and industrial things, but also we turned to the contemporary city, because we had a very complicated development, urban development of the city, and it is going quite wild, and the real estate is taking places from the nature, from the green spaces of the town. Everything is going to be sold, and people, they feel like they have no possibilities to save the city, the locals who know the best, the district, and have a good feeling about the city. We can't participate. So it all begins with the, as we are saying, here in Kaunas 3 war. It was real war when municipality initiated the process of massive cutouts of trees And during one summer, more than 600 big trees were cut down because of the reconstructions of the streets. So people started to make protests about that, and our community platform also established a special place, a special camp for the tree savers. So they had built a pavilion, and it was a space for small outside exhibitions. Very democratic way to exhibit things, because everyone can pass by and see, and it's free of charge, and also it's a place for small events, for workshops, and it's a special place in a city. There you can see the critical mind about the development of the city. We can see that people not always have the same opinion about what the progress is. Very different understanding, and it's important that a history, an old history of our museum, it begins 100 years ago, and it was a wish of people to build a culture museum of the young Lithuanian Republic. We wanted to build a museum, and people donated for that. So the museum historically was built by the people. So I'm so happy that we can be with people again to support communities and to be together.
Thank you, Auksė. Very inspiring presentation. We'll have lots of questions, probably to you.
I thought your blood was boiling as a tree activist.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Indeed. If somebody wonders how we proceed, it's 3 countries, it's 2 presenters from each country, and now we go to Latvian case, and so we go step by step. So I'm introducing Ieva Jēkabsone. She's a social media expert and librarian at the Latvian Library for the Blind. And her title of her presentation is Latvian Library for the Blind, provider of accessible information for people with print disabilities. So please, Ieva, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Ieva Jēkabsone. Today I'm here to represent Latvian Library for the Blind. I will tell you more about our library and its work to provide accessible information for people with print disabilities. The word accessible has many meanings. In our context, accessible means adapted for use by people with disabilities. Latvian Library for the Blind adapts books for people with print disabilities. What are people with print disabilities, you may ask? Let me tell you. A print disability is a difficulty or inability to read printed material due to perceptual, physical, or visual disability. That means not only blind and visually impaired people, but people with learning difficulties such as dyslexia, and people who to a physical disability are unable to hold, handle physical book, or they can't focus or move their eyes to the extent that would normally be necessary for reading. We, as a library, provide our patrons with 6 types of accessible books: audiobooks, braille books, books in large print, tactile books, easy-to-read books, in Latvian grāmatas vieglajā valodā, and accessible school books. I will tell you about each type of books in next slides. Let's start with the biggest part of our accessible book collection, audiobooks. Our sound recording studio was founded in 1961. We have 2,721 audiobooks in our collection, mostly in Latvian, 1,942 titles. We have 766 titles in Russian and some books in English. In 2020, we joined APC Accessible Book Consortium. The ABC Global Book Service is an online catalog that allows Latvian Library for the blind to easily obtain accessible content our patrons need. ABC allows us to provide our patrons with approximately 635,000 titles in 80 languages. Yes, it's a lot. And now a little bit about evolution of audiobooks in our collection. In the beginning, audiobooks were recorded in magnetic tapes, as you can see in the first picture. Only around 1995, we started to record books in cassette tapes. In 2002, we started to record books in digital format. Nowadays, our patrons can get audiobooks in 3 ways: in CDs, in flash drives, and download them digitally. This year, we made public our audiobook download service system, BALS, which means voice. To access service BALS, you must be a registered user of our library and to have a print disability. Then we will provide you with your username and password and you can download 5 books in a week. But remember, audiobooks and all our accessible books, if not said otherwise, are only for people with print disabilities. To distribute them or give them to a third person is a violation of copyright laws. Next accessible book format is books in Braille. In 2005, the Braille department was founded. Before that, Braille books were printed elsewhere. Braille department is responsible for reproducing high-quality Braille and large print books in Latvian language, and facilitating and overseeing the production of tactile books. We have 1,737 Braille titles in our collection. These books are mostly in Latvian, 1,266 titles, and Russian, 459 titles. Every year we can make 16 volumes of Braille books in 4 copies each. 60 volumes is around 18 regular books. In the video you can see how many 60 volumes in Braille is. Here you can see the same book in Braille and in regular format. As you can see, there is a big difference in volume. Braille books need much more space. As I mentioned before, Braille department is responsible for the adapting books in large print too. In the end of the year 2019, we started to reproduce books in large print. We can adapt 20 books in a year in 7 copies each. At this moment, we have 109 titles in large print. We provide our patrons with tactile books too. Tactile books are a great way to foster development of literacy skills with any child who is visually impaired. These books can be used for enjoyment, to support understanding and anticipation of activities, or as independent leisure skill. In the pictures you can see an example of a tactile book in our collection, Symbols of Latvia. It was donated to our library by the Punktu. One of the newest accessible book types we have in our collection is easy-to-read books. In Latvian, that means grāmatas vieglajā valodā. Easy-to-read information is easier to understand. It is important for people with intellectual disabilities. In association with Vieglās valodas aģentūra, we provide our patrons with these kind of books. We have easy-to-read books in audio, Braille, and in large print, and they all are in Latvian. 3 easy-to-read audiobooks are available in our web page narratīgo.lv for everyone to listen for free anytime, anywhere, if you have internet connection. In near future, we have plans to train our employees to write and adapt easy-to-read books in our library. At this moment, we are adapting books that are written elsewhere. In the end of last year, we started to adapt school books in accessible format. At this moment, there are 7 books available in audio format, such as Social Sciences for Grade 4, Latvian World History for Grade 7, and more. In the future, we will do our best to provide more accessible school books for children with dyslexia. In conclusion, I want to say that accessible information promotes lifelong learning, equal access to information for all, and more inclusive society. Accessible is sustainable. Thank you for your attention. Let's meet in Q&A section and in workshop, where I will tell you more about how we make accessible exhibitions in Latvian Library for the Blind, and about accessible formats in general.
Thank you, Ieva, for your presentation. You're really doing a very, very important and meaningful work. I've been in the reading events for people hard of seeing, and that is very open experience, and people always react and have questions. That's a great example. Thank you. Now we are moving to Estonia, to the Estonian Open Air Museum, and Anneli Banner, she will tell us more about the museum gardens as places for growing and introducing heritage plants. You know, the heirloom tomatoes and potatoes are all the rage in all the Western world now. But how it is preserved in Estonia, we'll hear now. Anneli Banner is the curator of a permanent exhibition of Estonian Open Air Museum. Her research area includes history of gardening and history of garden plants in Estonia, and she's been responsible for museum's exhibition gardens till 1998. So welcome, Anneli, and floor is yours.
Hello to everybody. I'm glad for having an opportunity to introduce you the aim and idea of making gardens, cultivating garden plants and using them in different activities in Estonian Open Air Museum. We have done this for some time already, but so far I hadn't really thought about museum gardening in connection with SDGs. Now, when this conference was planned and I was proposed to make a presentation, I realized that our subject, museum gardening, is clearly related to Sustainable Development Goal, what is about food security and sustainable agriculture. But it is also connected to some other goals like good health and well-being, lifelong learning, responsible production and consumption, networking and partnership, and so on and so on. First, I want to make a short introduction to our museum. Estonian Open Air Museum was established in Tallinn in 1957, and it holds a nice collection of rural architecture. Our museum presents farm buildings from different areas of Estonia, from different time periods and of different social classes, but also some public buildings like mills, church, schoolhouse, village shop, and others. There are altogether nearly 80 buildings, and they present the time from 19th century till nowadays. Each farm, but also single dwelling house, has an authentic garden with vegetables, fruit trees, and ornamental plants. And when I say authentic, I mean that as we have investigated the history of farm gardening, then each time we create a new garden, we use this knowledge about garden design, plant varieties, and ways of gardening on bygone times. We try not to grow modern plants in our museum, but we are looking for old species and cultivars for so-called heritage plants. And what are these heritage plants? We are talking about? They are cultivated varieties that have been grown in specific location for a long time, for a generation sometimes. They are tightly connected to gardeners' skills, knowledge, and memories, and therefore are part of our cultural heritage. So they have a certain cultural value, but they also have a biological value, or you can also say genetic value. Over time, crops have adapted to different conditions in different locations, and this way created a rich genetic diversity. For comparison, high-yielding modern cultivars that are used in industrial agriculture are genetically more uniform, and that makes them vulnerable to climate conditions, pests, and diseases. This way food production based only on monocultures and low genetic diversity is unsustainable in the long run. The diversity of crops that we have inherited from our ancestors is significant for future sustainability and food security. Therefore, it is important to save heritage plants. Protecting and utilizing diverse heritage crops is a key in creating farm system resilience, especially when we consider the present wake of climate change. Heritage cultivars are not suitable for industrial agriculture and therefore are not often grown in gardens and farms nowadays. Fortunately, seeds of some heritage cultivars are preserved in gene banks, but not all of them, of course. Many are forgotten or even extinct. And at this point, I believe museums could offer their help. As museums are sites where people learn to value cultural heritage, they are supposed to be an ideal places for cultivating heritage plants as well. Food production was in the center of rural communities for centuries, and these country surroundings are exhibited in open-air museums. Together with historical garden tools, agricultural machinery and kitchen utensils, plants used in old days can be exhibited. Heritage plants belong naturally to the environment displayed at open-air museum and would help to make the museum exposition complete and more alive. Estonian Open Air Museum has started to work with heritage plants more than 10 years ago. Already we have some principles or rules what we follow while we're doing this. As I said in the beginning, first of all, we try to find old varieties. We try not to buy plants and seeds from garden centers, but rather get them from people who still have them in their gardens. For that reason, we have arranged field trips or expeditions to different areas, visiting gardens, talking to gardeners, looking at their plants. And if we find something what interests us, we ask people whether they want to give up some seeds or pieces of plants. And usually gardeners do this very willingly. We also write down as much information about the particular plant as we can get from our informant, and this way plant gets its history and starts telling its own story. After bringing plant to the museum, it becomes an exhibit, a part of our exposition. But we are not only exhibiting heritage plants and using them for our purposes in museum environment. By growing these plants, we also help to preserve them for future generations. Preserving perennials is easy because they live for many years, but to preserve annuals and biennials, we need to grow their seeds constantly. And that means that we have started our own museum seed bank as well. Very important are also all kinds of mediation activities. Museums are known as experienced informal education places. Thus, open-air museums are good starting points for spreading knowledge about the agrobiodiversity and sustainable gardening. There has been growing interest in local food production. Everybody has probably noticed that the recent COVID pandemic has reminded us the importance of homegrown food and subsistence activities. So why not to offer the knowledge people are looking for? For this purpose, we have introduced heritage plants and gardening issues on public events. We have arranged guided garden tours, workshops and seminars. We also created an educational program for children, what has been offered to schools and kindergartens by Museum Educational Center. Recently, we started to share museum gardening issues in social media. There is a Facebook page called Open Air Museum's Garden Diary, which has quite a lot of followers already. We have also reached a point where we are able to distribute plant material like seeds and plantlets to those who are interested in growing heritage plants. We are not doing this alone, of course. First of all, I want to mention gardeners who have let us into their gardens and shared their plants together with their knowledge. Then we have a very good partnership with NGO Madias. This is a seed-saving organization in Estonia that collects and mediates information and material about heritage plants. We also work in cooperation with some research and educational organizations. Estonian Open Air Museum was invited to participate in compiling national program, what is called Collection, Conservation and Use of Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture in 2021-2027. This program is led by Ministry of Rural Affairs. We also have got some good contacts with other museums. For instance, Värska Talu Museum in southeast of Estonia opened their heritage garden this spring, and we were consulting them in this project. Right now there is a Nord Plus adult project going on. This is called Growing Seed Savers in Museum. It involves seed-saving organizations and some open-air museums from Baltic countries and Denmark, and the Estonian Open Air Museum is also included. And the aim of this project is to encourage museums participating countries with the help of seed-saving organizations to pay more attention to heritage plants. And hopefully more and more museums become aware of the importance of agrobiodiversity and garden heritage and find their way to deal with it. The more people know and grow heritage plants, the better they are saved for future. And in conclusion, I want to say that doing gardens in museum doesn't mean only additional costs for a museum, but it also means a lot of new possibilities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anneli, for heritage plants and museum gardens. We all love it. And switching back to digital and switching back to libraries, I will have to now introduce to you Jolita Steponaitienė, which is the president of the Lithuanian Librarians Association. And in her description, she says that during the lockdown period, libraries were needed as much as pharmacies. And her goal is to draw the library community's attention to the SDGs so that library activities are better valued and recognized through these goals. And it is important to her that the library community understands this. And the title of her presentation is Quality Education, the Experience of Lithuanian Public Libraries. So, Jolita, the floor is yours.
Hello, colleagues. My name is Jolita Steponaitienė. I am from Vilnius. I am president of Lithuanian Librarians Association. I must apologize you because we organizers of conference have that last week my best friend became COVID. My situation was very difficult. I can't to do anything 5 days, and so but live to my life. And I try to tell you which I want to tell 2 weeks again, or when we started to arrange this conference. I will share my presentation and a little bit comments text, and most of my minds and my ideas will be in text, and I think that you will each read, and it will be more explain more. You understand what I want to say, and which points about public libraries I want to present. When we start discuss about this conference, and organizers invite me to take part in it, my mind was to talk about quality education and the experience of Lithuanian public libraries. Because in our country we have very big network of public libraries. You can see in this slide statistics numbers, and our public library network are very shared, and you can can see that that is half of all Lithuanians' libraries. Our readers and Lithuanian citizens and so on, it's very understand that we make good cultural and information services, and 2 or 3 years ago was made survive, and that is 68% is was result of this survive. Especially like all libraries and cultural institutions in all world was very influenced to pandemic situation. Libraries so as well, but we especially we in the first lockdown we was closed, and in next lockdown we open most of services, and citizens and our readers and users of libraries, of course, was very happy. According this conference of this theme of this conference, I want to represent goal quality education, and I think that is very important talk about domains which library can represent in this kind. I must say that what I want to talk about was not a separate project. And my mind is that Lithuanian librarian community still talks too little about how to link to SDG, because in 2019 we started to discuss about it. We arranged a conference, but after that we not found more information in Lithuania, especially Ministry of Culture and others. And I can't find documents for which like base for this activities to talk. But I think that after librarians, young librarians, new librarians meeting in Panevėžys, and after the conference we will come back to this theme and talk about. I saw a very big problem for this information because we can't to send information to World Libraries map because our activities are not explained like one of CDG goals. And in summer, in beginning of summer, we arrange not big but very important questionnaire, and public libraries answer to our questions, and now we can to see and to know which activities for us is very important to if we talk about quality education. Because for me it's a little bit difficult to speak. I will have you time to read yourself that I write here. I can explain that Library for All is now very big activities for public libraries, and especially today, in Monday, a very important conference to show our is for Library for All, especially for peoples with disabilities, have other problems, dyslexia, for example, and that is very good results, and our President Nausėda know about it, and he too is very impressive for this. Yes, about reliability and social responsibility, that is it was very important in pandemic situation. It's important in pandemic situation because when libraries and other institutions was closed, the libraries have good experience how to work with your users by websites, phones, and our services become online, and most of our readers was very thankful that when lockdown was closed and people scanned to go back, they happy go back to our libraries, but only to have books and not to sit so long in reading rooms or other places. And the online services become still are important in our communities. Of course, we all know that one of the missions of libraries are information missions, and especially in this situation when the world are so much fake news, and I don't know how in our countries, but in Lithuania, Access is very active, and our mission is to take new good information, real information, not fake news, and we want to to show how to see difference from this kind of information. And we like in libraries in the old world can to say that information from librarians, from libraries have a mark of quality. That is the result of analysis our answers for our questionnaire, and that for we want to show how public libraries are organized learning seminars and other things to help for people to arrange to found information and use this for good users, good needs or fake news. And according Lithuanian situation, libraries of public libraries arrange formal education, and our libraries do it very, very successful. And you can see that that numbers are very impressive. And I am very proud because it become not now 5 years ago maybe, and yearly we have very important and good project supported by Melinda and Bill Gates. It become not now 5 years ago maybe, and yearly we have very important and good project supported by Melinda and Bill Gates Libraries for Futures. And according to this project, libraries, public libraries, rural libraries have good infrastructure, very quick internet, and librarians was to train readers, to train others colleagues, and I think that is now, and that's one of conditions why today we have so good situation. Of course, public libraries is public libraries, and is most of readers and users are seniors. Because most of public libraries are in rural places, and that is seniors, not only numbers rural, but is of most of public libraries work with these communities in one of the city, small city, and seniors like to use good librarians interior, good, very useful workers, and so on, so on. Yeah. Of course, one of public library missions are to inclusion in the cultural life, cultural life, and it's very impressive numbers. But it was very, not very, but we was a little bit surprised that. For example, small cities have no problems with minorities, and when we ask, yes, we have minorities in your city, not come to library, most of answers, but we have not minorities in our city, Milan, but we have some small cities where live only Lithuanians. So that is very interesting. Yes, but now I think that, like in Latvia, especially in Poland and Lithuania, we will have minorities, immigrants, and some years ago, National Library make project, how to integrate peoples in the immigrants in our life, in our duties, in our activities, and we launched again to use this methodics and this peoples which want to stay in Lithuania. They must to learn Lithuanian, they must read our writers, and we are ready to help for him. And that is small conclusions. I am sure that in Latvia, in Estonia too, all libraries are very open, very open ideas for activities, and most of our activities are like part of SDG activities, and for me it's very important to help my colleagues in Lithuania, especially public libraries, to understand that SDG is very important, that all this activities, and explain it like SDG have a big future. And I thank you very much, Latvian colleagues, would start to talk about it and invite us to about it more. Thank you very much for attention. You can send me questions and comments by email, and I think that the next time COVID will not my best.
Thank you so much, Jolita, that you managed, despite everything, to deliver this very, very informative report about what the libraries in Lithuania are doing. And we couldn't agree more that they are really open and doing the best what we can in relation to the SDGs. And now 2 more case studies to go. And please still ask your question, because this conference is called Ask Your Librarian, Ask Your Museum.
Exactly. So the best way from after, we can imagine everyone who's presenting, if there's pandemic around, of course, someone will get it. But now we are moving to Stradiņš Medicine History Museum, to Ilze Sirmā. She is a museum professional that always asks interesting and tough questions whenever we have museum discussions here in Latvia. Ilze Sirmā has a background in social and cultural anthropology and is currently working in Medicine History Museum as curator of public programs. And the presentation is called the Public Event Program as part of European and Social Fund project, complex health promotion and disease prevention measures. So Ilze, the floor is yours.
Hello, welcome to the recording of my presentation. Dear organizers, thank you for the opportunity to share my experience. Dear conference participants, I'm very happy to join this network of museum specialists, librarians, and all the others striving towards the SDGs. My name is Ilze Sirmā. I'm currently working at the Stradiņš Medicine History Museum as curator of public programs. Today, I will present one of the projects developed as part of the European Social Fund project called Complex Health Promotion and Disease Prevention Measures. This European Social Fund project is coordinated by the Ministry of Health And the Medicine History Museum, in cooperation with the Ministry, launched several educational events in the beginning of this year. For example, we had a series of nutrition workshops for families where we talked about local and seasonal food, about healthy snacks for school children. We also talked about future diet and food and emotional health. Another project currently being developed is in the framework of national reform of school education called School 2030. The expected outcome is 3 educational programs about healthy diet, sexual and reproductive health, and also addictions. But today I will focus on developing the board game about human immunity. The game is called Immuno, and the aim of the game is to promote better understanding of various internal and external factors that affect immunity. Participants are encouraged to think about and evaluate healthier diet, physical activity, and hygiene choices to preserve and improve the body's immunity. The game also aims to introduce the history of immunity research. The game is developed in the framework of SDG 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages at all ages, and specifically targets 3.3, which focuses on combating communicable diseases. Also, the game aims to promote positive changes towards SDG 4, which is quality education, and SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. In the local context, the board game is developed in the framework of national political guidelines in the health and well-being sector, which prioritizes the promotion of the ability to take care of oneself and the development of healthy lifestyle habits in the long term. So to develop the board game, we gathered a team of several specialists. As I already mentioned, our partners in this project are the Ministry of Health and creative company collectives, or in English it is collective. We had in our team, we have the curator of the content of the game, medical historian, immunologist, board game methodologist, a graphic designer, and copywriter. Currently, we are prototyping and testing the game. And now I would like to share my screen to show you photos from the first tournament of the game we had at the museum. So here are my colleagues competing and getting to know human immunity. Here you can see some graphic design elements of the board game. So basically in the game there are two characters. The pink card is for immuno or immunity cells. The greenish card is for patho or pathogen cells. And these two cell communities are competing to occupy the territory on the board. Before starting the game, you have to prepare it. Print out the board, print out the cards, and cut them. So here you can see the process. Yes, so this is a tournament. We divided our colleagues in teams with a different number of participants, so we could test the speed and the length of one game. Yes, and here is the name of the game, which is Immuno, as I mentioned. So we expect that the game will be developed at the beginning of October. It will be available on the museum webpage. It will be downloadable and printable PDF file, both in black and white and also in colors, available for everybody. So you are all welcome to test it out and to learn about human immunity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ilze. Great case on a very timely board game on immunity. We should wish you a lot of visitors in person.
Immune visitors.
Immune, and in person, okay. And now moving to the last presentation of today's afternoon session. The case comes from the National Library of Estonia, and the title is The World Meets in the National Library's Intercultural Program for young people aged between 8 and 16 from developing countries. And the presenter is Margus Veimann, and he says about himself, if he should tell briefly who he is, he says, or what he does is simplifying complexity to facilitate user-centric design solutions through co-creation that leave a positive impact on people, the environment, and society. So, Margus, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Big words from my side. What I'm daily doing. Yes, I'm trying every day to really make our library services easier, more user experience is a really important terminology that we're working every day. And of course, people and are that making the big change in the world. So I'm truly honored to be invited to the conference, and I will give you the presentation about the service that we developed. It has been 2.5 years ago, and the core idea of the service was that teach young people from the third countries digital competences. But before we start, I would like to say hello, welcome everybody, hello designers. And what I mean by that, when I'm doing design workshops at the library, and then my good colleagues from different departments, I usually use this slide, the first slide, because I truly believe that if we take the designer's mindset that everything is possible, and then through co-creating with our users, the services we are offering, we're gonna make a big change in our life and also our users' life. And I hope that in the end of the presentation, you also, I show my, let's say, a journey, how I became a service designer, because truly I have a background in marketing. I was working in a marketing department in the library and as a graphic designer. But this journey and this experience as a case study also gave me a new path in my life, in my working life. So let's go. Let's think about design. For example, when I'm working as a service designer, usually probably a lot of us or a lot of people think design as something visual, something aesthetic. We're making something beautiful. Let's say when I'm a graphic designer, my colleague says, "Hey, I have a presentation in conference. Can you help me make these presentation slides a bit more visually appealing?" correct, but I think design is much more. Let's make an experiment. When we're sitting at home or at the offices, when we look around us, there's tables, there's pencils, windows, whatever we see around us, somebody has designed this product. The same thing goes for services, and I think that everybody has a designer inside them, because we are experiencing services daily life. Let's think we are going to the groceries. When we start to think the journey that we are doing in these shops, then everybody has designed for us the products, how they're placed, and when we put ourselves in this position to start to find these touch points when we are experience different services, then I think this is a good starting point to understand and become a good designer, because seeing and start to think as a designer, this is the key, I think. So, and also when we talk about service design and really the program we developed, the digital competencies program, educational program for young people from the third countries, then like we started the journey that we got an opportunity. My good colleague Pilla, she's the head of the education department in National Library of Estonia, she came up to me one day and asked me, "Hey Margus, I have this really interesting project on my table that we are able to participate in service design and mentoring program for cultural institution. So what do you think? Do you want to participate?" And I also have I have studied adult education in university, and when I always see education and teaching and learning, like it's really important for me. So I of course said to Billa yes, and I went to the project as a marketing specialist, graphic designer, and honestly didn't know what to expect. Real tabula rasa, as they say. So the first thing about the service design program, what I want to mention, it was the key thing or the learning point was that it was together with other 11 cultural institutions. It was really interesting to see and learn about different museums, libraries in Estonia, that usually you're like focusing on your own like job and then doing your job as good as you can, but then see the bigger picture and seeing the opportunities to collaborate with other museums and libraries in Estonia. That was also a really, really key moment in this program. So what we learned from this service design mentoring program, maybe you have heard about this double diamond model, and I would say it's a design process that gives you the master plan. Let's say that way. Gives you the master plan. As you can see, it is 4 stages: discovery, define, develop, deliver. In these every stages, we have different methods. We can say method banks. Let's say we are doing personas. We are validating or thinking through who are really our users, or what the users group we are like focusing on that time level and that project. So this is, I think, a good way to always, when you start developing a new service, or even like looking through the services you are offering in your institutions, or then this is a good way to starting the journey and ending the journey, and it gives the good like way to have these important points and touch points to develop really the service or products that basically help or make people's lives a little bit easier and offer them, let's say, social value functional value, these kind of things. So, but let's zoom into the project now, or the service we were developing. So this slide, I want to tell you that how important is always that when we started, the first thing we had to write the idea. What is our service about? And what is the target group? I mean, by age. So then we my good colleagues from education department, we knew that our heart starts to beat a bit quicker when we're talking about children. So then we had our target group. Let's focus on children, young people. Of course, it's still pretty broad when we're saying younger people, children. It's like, is it 4 to 6 or 4 to 15 but this was the point that we were sure that yes, okay, let's move on. Then we zoomed into our library services, started to think through what are can be the services that we can develop a bit further, or still develop a new service. And then we started to think that, of course, our core value mission is to give the access to information. Digital, whatever, information is key, that gives the wings to people to learn and yes. So we made the first idea was to offer the service that is about information competencies for young people. And we're also in some part doing this in our library. So just thinking through the language barriers and things, and we were really confident that, yes, we have the best service for young people already happening. So, and then it was the first training day in the mentor program, and the home task was to make the first co-creation workshop. So we invited our target group. There were 7 students from Linnamäe Gymnasium. So there were young people from Brazil, Iran, Iraq, Moldova, and we created a workspace or workshop, and then started to really basically get the information. What are their interests? What are their needs? What they have been experiencing in Estonia right now, because some of them have been here for 3 months, some of them a year and a half. So what are the problems they're facing? And after that, we it was really important that when we got all this information from the users itself, we understood that this information competencies are not basically what they are looking from our library, or what are their interests and needs. So then we came up with a topic that we're gonna offer digital competencies. And what were the difference? When we had the workshop, we really understood that children has this interest as video games, photography, drawing, creative things. And also we as a library want to include the information competencies. So then we shift in the training and developed a new program. So what was the aim of the service? It was really interesting when we had these co-working workshops with the users or the children, let's say, and also teachers. Then we understood that the main issue we wanted to help or give a little change is that they would feel as valuable members of Estonian society. And when we talked to the children, they also told us that, hey, I really want to find Estonian friends. And then we gave our goal was that in the end of our program, they all have at least one Estonian friend. And that was also a realization that we have to include Estonian youngsters into the program. So then we send emails to our good colleagues that had the children at the same age group, and we made a program that Estonian youngsters and other youngsters from different countries can collaborate and learn from each other. So a little analysis. I would say that the most important thing from this slide is that we are not designing services for people. We are designing services together with people. And this is the really important part, I think, that the slide back there, when we would sit behind our desktops and thinking that, hey, we have the best service in the world, and everybody gonna love it, and wouldn't be invite the real users in the designing process. In the beginning, we had been like misled that our service is gonna be as valuable as we hoped. So, as I mentioned, people are making change in the world. So a big thanks to my colleagues. Maybe they are listening. And of course, down there you can see also a picture from all our little friends that participated in the program. And we ended the program with where we invited also their parents and family. So like to introduce a bit more even to the parents that what our library core values are and what their children really learned and experienced from the presentation. So everybody had like a little portfolio that they presented in the end. So, and thank you very much. That I hope that everybody had a little inspiration. If somebody has a question or want to ask a bit more about the program or designing services, or as we do in National Library of Estonia, then feel free to contact me. And always when I read this feedback to us from one girl, then it still gives me goosebumps. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Margus. And it's almost like we have been refreshing the whole theory of service design. Thank you so much for that. And also for your case study. Question is, what language did you use for communication among the youngsters?
Really good question. And the idea behind this, when we started to collaborate with teachers, they really asked us to, they said like, it should be everything in Estonia. But in the end, we talked always in Estonian, but sometimes if the children didn't have the language barrier was different. Some of them already speak really well in Estonian. Some of them didn't feel comfortable. So then we gave the opportunity to do it. Was like a mixed match in English in Estonian. And also like what I didn't point out, that the age group, we finally like got 8 to 6 in the process of 8 workshops. We had photography, game design, things like that. We also learned and understood that we have to change that the youngsters age group from 14 to 16, they made a group. And the younger made a group, and we also like helped and forced the older children to help the youngsters. So this was like we were still designing the program a bit when we were already have this service developed in a meaning.
Right. Thank you for that, and we hope that this is not one-off co-creating, but that you will have it as a permanent program. And now questions and answers. We already started. So
Yes, thank you for your presentations. We can really learn from each other. So, of course, my absolute crush from all these presentations, it's Auksė, whatever you do in Čiurlionis Art Museum. Not only community involvement, because whoever has participated in Baltic museology schools, we've seen how you work with the communities of the factory workers. You know, we went to Narva, we saw what is happening. But in Kaunas, this is surprising. It's not only the heritage and memories and social events of these people that you connect to, but also that you take a stand for the progress in your city looks different. Trust me, I've participated in many attempts to save and rescue trees in Riga, so I know how difficult it is, because you know, it's never easy. But what are reactions of your community that is around you, of Kaunas? Do you get a lot of backlash? How do you communicate with the head of the city? Like, what is the connection between you as a museum and activists and your place and in the Kaunas community life? How would you characterize that?
We have quite interesting situation with our Čiurlionis Museum in Kaunas, because we are a national museum, the only one who is not in the capital, not in Vilnius. And it is good for us because we are not a municipal museum, which depends on the municipality. And in all our activist steps, it helped us that we are not dependent on the city, so we can talk like free. We are not, you know, we have no financial or other very important relations with the city. We are like an island in Kaunas, which can talk critical things about the city, you know, which is free to talk, free to communicate the ideas we believe.
But didn't you get the political backlash from the, I don't know, the ruling party who runs the municipality? It's probably connected still to Vilnius and to the parties and coalition of the government. So how do you, I know you're a national museum, but how do you deal with that?
You know, it's always difficult. Yes, we are, as an art museum, again, we have that very good possibility not to talk about politics, you know, but go deeper to other layers, you know, and we can be free again. So we have more than one option to be like with people, because we are not connected so much to any political, you know, party or something. Of course, we have something, some people who from political world who supports the ideas, and some who not so much like, but it's quite, you know, it's normal situation, and good we can talk about the things which are important, not to go to the very deep to the political things, you know.
Wonderful, thank you so much.
Thank you, respect. A question to Ieva Jēkabsone. As I introduced you, and you gave us this wonderful presentation of titanic work that you are doing with in the library for the blinds, and now my question is whether this very pointed phrase of yours, accessibility is sustainability, really translates into real life to the blind people. You listed some of the tools that they can use, but is every blind person in this country or in the Baltic region really capable of accessing what you are producing in the library through digital means? So rate your accessibility level now.
I would say it's really good.
we try to do our best to make it accessible for everyone. We have a huge, how can I say it, a huge
yes, tell us what you are striving for. What will be that ideal, that absolutely ideal digital tool that would reach out to your audiences?
Let's hope we already have the boss, you know. We are trying to make
voice, right? Yes.
Yes, the voice. It's our way to go to our patrons, to their homes, so they don't have to go to the library by themselves. Especially, it's important now because of COVID, and who knows what the future will bring.
Ieva, how can we help if someone finds that they have a good voice and a reading skills? Is there a way that we can come and find you and tell that we are ready to record, I don't know, the latest novel of, I don't know, about Vilis Lācis or someone that just came out?
Yes, you can do that. Our recording studio is really full right now, but there is an opportunity for you to record books in home if you have like microphone and some kind of program to make it. We provide all information that would be necessary for you. You just have to ask us and we will tell everything.
Oh, thank you so much. So everyone who's listening and wants to read novels, we can find Ieva and offer our help, you know. So next question.
Well, I would of course like to ask the Open Air Museum experts on does that heritage plant program put a lot of strain on your staff and resources, because there are many open air museums but very few do this kind of thing?
Yes, the Estonian Open Air Museum is actually quite lucky because we are a big museum and we have more resources. So we can afford to have gardeners who can do only gardening. But I know that in smaller museums it is much more difficult because the staff has to do everything. So
you mean you have gardeners? Those images when we saw the ladies planting the seeds, they are not your staff attending the buildings and looking after the
No, we have
visitors.
gardeners also working in our museum.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Do you people get to your museum and bring their grandmother's beans or something like that from other areas, from like Setomaa? Here was our onions and whatnot. Do they? There's an initiative from the people.
Yes, it has happened. For instance, this spring, 2 people contacted me and offered their potatoes, what they have had in their gardens for many years already. But also because some local museums have become very interested. Like I said, this Värska Museum, this is in Setomaa, Setomaa County, as we say. Mm-hmm. So they have created their own garden, and of course it is better if the local people offer their plants to the local museums instead of our big museum. But we are also very happy to have plants from different regions in Estonia. Mm-hmm.
And can people acquire it when they come, if we come to visit? And also some Lithuanians and Estonians now, Lithuanians, Latvians want to have some of the Estonian heritage, whatever, heirloom seeds. Can we get them at your museum?
Yes, actually we have started to sell also some seeds and plants. The amount is quite small, so you have to be quick to get them, but it is possible. Yes, the ones who really want, they can have what they need or want. Yeah.
A great example of circular economy,
yes.
How it is called these days. I think Ilze Sirmā now deserves a question.
Ilze, you know, you're very good at asking questions, but now I have to ask you a question. So what do you find the most challenging now? During the time of pandemic, you have to basically promote health in all the different ways, you know, for the visitors, for the kids. So what is hard What is hard for you as a museum to do it, or for you as a person, as a museum professional?
Thank you, Lolita, for the question. It's a very good question, and but I will answer it starting from our institution previously in the discussion. Also, I think Raivis asked how actually institutions themselves are strong enough to strive in these strange times and to strive towards the SDGs. Of course, as a museum, we find these times very difficult. First of all, because we are in a strange situation, we try to redefine our museum, which also means that we are also redefining our ecosystem or redefining our target communities. And basically right now, this is the biggest challenge for us. But we try to overcome this challenge even with implementing such as relatively small projects as a board game. Because we have to cooperate, we also work with designers. We need different understandings about health promotion, about health politics, which also gives us feedback and helps us to define more specifically how can we actually help the broader society and be useful to the broader society nowadays.
So is your focus, you said that you're looking for new audiences, so how would you describe? So what are these new audiences you're looking for? Like probably, I don't know, like school kids, it has been always probably the focus group. I've been a school kid going to the Medicine History Museum. So what are those new groups where you're extending kind of your work area?
Yeah, we would definitely like to welcome medical students, new medical professionals. We would like to welcome seniors in our public programs. Also we are looking for art collaborations because, of course, as it was mentioned before, it's a convenient way how to talk about things and make them accessible for lay persons. Well, if we remember that we are a science museum.
And is your next exhibition going to be about how people are dealing with pandemic and losing their minds?
No, our next exhibition is a collaboration with the Contemporary Art Center, and it will be about dementia.
Okay, thank you so much.
Right.
And thank you for all the speakers.
I hope that through these questions we at least localize some of those SDGs. And now all of us, who is listening and watching, at least know what the SDGs stand for. Each time you want to repeat this long title.
Yes, SDGs messengers. You are, or apostles, basically, in the libraries and in the museums. So thank you so much. I wish we could go and visit each other, and at a certain point we probably could do that. And we have to go to, of course, to Kaunas and to the Estonian Open Air Museum and to the library, and luckily we are already in the National Library, so our Latvian colleagues we can meet. So thank you so much. We are closing this session, and there are
with few informations from the organizers. First of all, the workshops will start at 3 p.m. as scheduled. And tomorrow's session will start at 9:45, and the moderators who will lead you tomorrow are the
Kristīne Deksne
and
Ilze Sirmā. Yeah.
Exactly. So at this point, prior Lolita closes everything, from my side, I should say thanks to somebody who created this wonderful studio. Of course, the organizers, the crew who filmed everything. We've been having a very informative and pleasant time here.
Yeah, thank you, Library, for hosting us. We are both from Lipke Memorial, and thank you to our colleagues who are covering for us while we are here. So tomorrow, the focus will be more on libraries, and there are great examples of how this sustainable development, how these goals are realized, or like attempt to realize that in the libraries, and there is going to be discussions. Me and Raivis will participate in closing discussions, but about today, I think that's a gift. At the time when we have, it's not that easy to travel, then we could hear all these examples from our neighboring countries. You know, of course, we more or less know what's happening for us in Latvia, but it's great news that we have so much to learn from our colleagues, and also the idea that museums and libraries can be these social network and support for communities in such hard times. That's also quite something. I really like that the Lithuanian Library was the one that they said, of course, it's a pandemic. It's like you need pharmacies and libraries, you know. Museums were closed, but at least the libraries were holding the fort and giving people something to read and to do. So, about the tomorrow presentations and workshops, they will aim to grow our capacity in strengthening our skills at undertaking the different steps of planning, assessing, and communicating work with the sustainable development goals. And I really hope that now when you've seen each other, you can also connect to each other and write letters and organize maybe smaller workshops for, you know, to pinpoint the specific problems. So it's great that this is happening. Thank you, Inga Surgunte, and thank you the whole National Library team of Riga, everyone of the technical crew here. And so we'll see each other. Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow, but workshop group will start at 3 o'clock. So thank you.
Thank you.